have a new number 2 mark in the state in long jump.
Athletes in flight 2 of the long jump. Please report. Athletes in flight 2 of the long jump, please report.
All right, once again, a very good morning to everyone. Simple little reset did the trick for us. We are back up and running, and we are running a little bit low on time, so we are going to get things started here. This is the LC's Pub pregame show, and I had a chance a little while ago to catch up with Collinsville's newest track and field coach, Chad Burgess, and the Chad Burgess interview coming your way right now on the Kahok Sports Network. And we welcome you back into the LC's Pub pregame show here on the Kahok Sports Network. We're at Kahok Stadium, the annual Kahok Track and Field Invitational. And joining us now is my pleasure to introduce to you, in case you don't know, the first-year head coach of boys track and field. That would be Chad Burgess. All right, Chad, let's get updated on you personally. I know this is your first year as head coach, but this is not your first rodeo here at this Invitational.
No, this is my 18th year as a track coach at Collinsville High School. So my first year's assistant, but I had first year's head coach, 17 years as the assistant with Coach Freger.
All right, so you've learned a lot over those 17 years. Did any of that knowledge help you set this thing up?
I was trying to be as organized as Coach Freger, but he's the most organized guy to run this, so I'm running second place to Coach Freger here, but I'll take that.
I saw Coach Freger running around here. You going to lean on him a little bit today, too?
Coach Freger is here in case we have any questions.
All right, tell me about this meet this year. Looks like you guys have about 37 schools from what I counted.
We do have 37 schools representative. They're not all full teams, but there's 37 schools here today, so we're hoping to run things smoothly and have some great performances. The weather, I think, is going to be perfect.
Yeah, it's about time because I've lost a lot of softball and baseball games this year. All right, let's get back to the track and field portion of this day here. Teams to beat. All these schools out here, and I know the usual, like Edwardsville, East St. Louis is going to be tough, but who in your mind as the track and field coach, you guys have seen a lot of these teams, stands out as the one to beat?
Edwardsville's pretty good this year. They've had some injuries, so they're getting back to full tilt here, so they should be pretty good today. We haven't seen Kahok too much. I think they look pretty good as looking at the sheets. We haven't seen East St. Louis the entire year, but they have some good athletes as well. Muscuda Triad are always good, 2A, and Richland County is very good too. I just saw they won a meet last week, so those seem to be the teams to watch, and Freeburg's always good in the smaller schools as well.
All right, so let's talk about your team for a moment. Give us kind of a general rundown on how your season has gone up to this point.
We're doing all right. We're getting personal records every meet, which is what we want from the kids. You know, we're a lot younger. We have a lot of freshmen, sophomores, and then our older kids are mostly field event guys, so they've been scoring a lot of the points for us in the meets.
All right, one of those guys is Devin Habermill, who we have been talking about him for years in football and in track, number 6 in shot put in Class 3A. So how's things looking for him to maybe get in that top 3?
It's coming. We haven't had a personal record yet this year, so it's coming. It's there. It's in practice. We just haven't hit it yet. So he got 4th place in shot put and discus in state last year, and he wants to improve on both those places. So we're hoping today might be the day.
All right, you got another one in Shane Box, who's had some flashes of brilliance this year.
Yes, Shane is a junior. He's working very hard too, and he always wants to beat Devin. So that's good to have that competition in practice every day. And he's missed a few meets because, you know, he's academic clubs and other clubs that he goes to, so he hasn't had as many throws this year as Devin. So we're hoping maybe today is a day for him too. He had some good ones in practice yesterday.
All right, let's talk about the track side of things for your Collinsville Kahawks. What's your strongest event as far as the track is concerned?
We've got a couple young kids that are really good in the 200. They're both sophomores, McKinley Jordan and Hakeem Muhammad. They're both McKinley was on the team last year, and he didn't finish the season, and then Hakeem is new to our team this year, so they've both picked it up pretty quick. They're both low 23 seconds, so we're hoping maybe get them a little bit lower today. And we have some other guys that have been running. Loyal Patterson's kind of got a little bit of a foot injury. He runs relay races for us. We've been doing pretty good. He's a really good triple jumper, so he's, I think, 2nd in our conference right now in the triple jump. So we're hoping today he can it's the first time he's going to triple jump in about 3 weeks, so we're looking for a big jump out of him. Aiden Gratzel's not pole vaulting today. He's another one of our seniors. He fell down at our dual meet a couple weeks ago, and his wrist has been hurting a little bit. So we're kind of holding him off until the big meets that, conference and sectional, so we can try to get him to state.
All right, as the head coach of Collinsville's team, what's your expectations for today?
I'm just hoping for PRs out of all the guys. We put them in events, hopefully where we can get them, with good competition and get everybody to get the best they've done up until this point in the season.
Thanks for the visit, Coach. Good luck today.
Thank you.
As Chad Burgess, Collinsville Kahok track and field head coach. We'll take a break here on the LC's Pub pregame show. When we come back, we'll get things started for you. All that and more coming up on the Kahok Sports Network. And due to our human errors that we created ourselves, we're going to go ahead and just keep it right here because we are almost ready for heat number 1 of the 3,200-meter run. Zach Roseman is in the booth running the camera today and on the other microphone. And, Zach, we only do this once a year, but it's fun.
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun getting to do this. This is, this is probably 5 or 6 years now that you and I have done this together. It's it's been a fun time. Getting ready to go here with had the field events going for about 45 minutes now. Now we've got this first heat of the 3,200. So we'll go ahead and start running through those, guys. Looks like we got pretty close to a full complement. We've got Jack Armbruster of Rochester, Logan Reibel of Glenwood, Caden Strobeck of Jersey, Jace Peterson of Belleville East, Henry Kohlenberger from First Baptist Academy in O'Fallon, Nick Holdner from Jabot Catholic in Waterloo, Vance Kimley of Muscuda, Keaton Smith of Freeburg, Tyler Zunker of Muscuda, Yehun Su of Glenwood, Sam Hulskamp from Highland, Mason Blair from Belleville West, Bo Kitzmiller from Triad, Hayden Burns of Carbondale, Jackson Toma of Freeburg, Josh Martin of Granite City, Liam Priest of Highland, and Austin Miller of Granite City.
I did go out and record some of the shot put. Unfortunately, the video is sideways, and I don't know why. I tried to rotate it, but there's nothing I can do about it. I don't know. It on my computer, it's right side up, but as soon as I download it onto OBS, our streaming platform, it's sideways, and I have not been able to figure out a way to fix that. So I think it's like our 3rd year in a row I've had problems with the shot put recording.
Yeah. So we have a full set here from everybody getting ready to go. A decent crowd on hand. Maybe a little warm if you're sitting out in the sun, but up here in the press box, not too bad.
It's bright.
Yeah, it's bright. Temperatures in the high 70s, I think, is the forecast for today as we are underway.
77, somewhere around there is the scheduled forecast.
Section of the 3,200 meter. In this first section, we'll go over the athletes here. We got Jack Umbruster from Rochester, Logan Reibel from Chatham, Glenwood.
Well, let's take a look at the top 10 track and field finishes in this event for this year alone. And Max Weber from Civic Memorial has turned in the best time. And I just went with the schools that are going to be here. We've got 37 of them. Max Weber finished in 9 minutes, 20.78 seconds.
Looks like he's not running, though.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
We got 3 of them on here, and so far I have not seen any of this. Drew Twyman from Triad had the 2nd best time so far this year of 9 minutes, 24.10 seconds, but I'm not seeing his name on here either.
Yeah.
And nope, Quade Berger from Richland County.
He's there.
Is he?
Yep.
You'd think that would be easy for me to spot since his name begins with a Q. Is he in the first heat or second?
He's in the second heat. The number 2 seed ahead of him is Gabriel McLean.
Oh, because I'm looking at the last names first. That's why.
Who, if he can run what he's run earlier this year, we'll have a meet record. Meet record is 9:25.77, set by Roland Prenzler of Edwardsville back in 2018. Mr. McLean has run a 9:06.67 this year, so if he's able to match that or even can come in a bit slower than that, we'll be looking for a meet record here, which is always fun.
Quade Berger, the 9th best in Class 2A. with a time of 9 minutes, 28.97 seconds. He is the 10th ranked 3,200 boys runner in the state in 2A. Gabriel McLean is number 1 in 2A, and he is going to be in the second heat as well.
Yep.
So we got a couple of good ones coming up here as far as that second heat is concerned. So it runs down like this as far as the running events go. We have heat number 1 here of the 3,200 meters. Then we go into a couple of back-to-back relays, the 4x800 and the 4x100. Then we do heat number 2 of the 3,200-meter run. And after that, it gets quick. 110-meter hurdles, 100-meter race, 800-meter race, 4x200-meter relay, then the 400-meter race, 300-meter hurdles, the 1,600-meter race, followed by the 200-meter race, and finally the last event of the day is the 4x400-meter relay. Of course, we have field events going on as well here in the track area. We are going to have the long jump and the triple jump. I believe the long jump's going on across the way right now. And you have the high jump going on over here to our right by the football goalposts. Everything else is over on the other side, except for the pole vault. Pole vault's right across from us. And we do have a list of players, but because it's far away and they're always facing us from the side of their bodies, it's kind of hard to tell who's who over there. And then you have the shot put and the discus that is going on over in the commons areas. That's between the vocational center and the high school, that little open field area they have out there. So we got Josh Roseman over there. He's keeping track of things that are going on, and he'll text Zach every once in a while and give us some updates.
Yep.
Plus, we're trying to keep track of everything over here on the computer as well.
Yep. As it looks like number 5, so Henry Kohlenberger off to a early lead. Let's see, makes his way around the near turn or far turn, I guess, here on lap 4, I believe.
They got a new portable board to keep track of the times. Used to be a small one down here by the finish line. Now it's a big one that's standing right in front of the football scoreboard.
Yep, and it's
a lot easier to see.
Yeah, and it's got like live updates. So yeah, new technological advances for us here.
Nice.
Yeah. Kohlenberger out to an all right lead, probably about 10 yards or so, as the rest of the field snakes their way around the track behind him.
Edwardsville has enjoyed the first place team finish the last 3 years, 24, 23, and 22. In 2021, it was Mount Vernon. Of course, there was no meet during the COVID year of 2020. Then you got some outliers in there. Lyons Township won in 2019. They also won again in 2013. So all in all, this is the 26th annual event here, the Kahok Invitational Track and Field Meet. Edwardsville has won this thing 8 times. Cahokia has won 7 times. And then you have Belleville, East O'Fallon, and Lyons Township all have won twice. And East St. Louis has won once, and Mount Vernon has won once. And Collinsville, as you can see, is a little missing from that category. Collinsville finished in 10th last year. Their best finish over the last 10 years was a 4th place finish in 2015. They got up to 5th in 2019. And last year, for some reason, wouldn't pop up for me, so I can't remember what they did. Or not last year, the year before that, 2023. I want to say it was, I think, 7th or 8th maybe. I can't.
Yeah, 8th sounds right. Somewhere in that general area.
Yeah.
Kohlenberger continues to more or less maintain his lead.
We're up to the 6-minute mark, 6 minutes and 20 seconds into this race.
Looks like trailing him is Jace Peterson, Belleville East.
I want to talk about somebody that's been frantic all morning.
Chad Burgess.
Chad Burgess. So he's like, I got here at 6:30 and it still wasn't early enough.
Yeah, been a lot of moving parts at an event this size. And
oh yeah, well he's got Coach Frecker here helping him out too, so that was nice of the former head coach for Kahok Track and Field to come out here and lend his expertise because he knows what Chad Burgess is going through.
Yep. We got people
Yeah.
asking about us. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate the opportunity to be able to bring this to you. It's only one of the year we do, but it's a fun time usually.
Yeah. I enjoy doing it.
It's a nice change of pace from a lot of baseball and
Team
softball.
sports.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of baseball and softball. We haven't been able to do a lot of those.
Well, and especially softball is our
We've only done 2 softball games so far this year.
as with particular topography of the area around the softball field. When it rains, it turns into a small pond.
I think I finally streamed my 5th baseball game this past Tuesday.
And another one on Monday.
I have another one on Monday, and I got a softball game scheduled for Tuesday. Senior day for your Lady Cahoks as they take on Belleville East. Boys and the baseball team will be taking on Nashville on Monday. Those are the only 2 games I have coming up next week. I was due to have the baseball game at O'Fallon on Thursday, but my daughter's graduating college that day, so I had to take off that day and go watch my daughter graduate.
Kohlenberger stretching out his lead a little bit. Just kind of motoring his way along here, coming around, about a lap and a half to go here. Not any, world-beating pace, but fast enough so far. His PR, 10:59.73.
Yep.
Looks like he'll probably be able to come in under that if he runs well here in the last 500 meters, or 550 meters or so. Here in the metric equivalent of about 2 miles.
Yes. Metric stuff always throws me off.
Yeah.
Make the final call.
At least the time is, still regular.
400
There's no metric timing.
Final call.
Time is time, right?
Yep.
Relay. And first call for the 4x1.
Kohlenberger coming around to face the bell at
9.5 minutes.
We're into the last
Last
of our
lap.
first section of the 3,200 meter relay.
Kohlenberger looks to
That's
have
Henry Kohlenberger out front, the sophomore from O'Fallon First Baptist.
Crossed at 9:33.50, I believe is what it said when it flashed up there.
all right. We'll get an official 9:33.85, I think. Official mark for the 7th lap split. And looks like maybe the rest of the field is going to make a little bit of a push to try and catch up with him. But as of now,
He's got about an 18-wheeler lead on him.
yeah. See if he can hold on and pick up the heat win. We'll see how he winds up stacking up compared to the rest of the field in the A heat.
And we're down the
That'll be
stretch
coming up
with
after a
100
couple of
meters
relays.
left in the first section of the 3,200 meter
And there's
race.
the kick now.
That's Henry Kohlenberger, the sophomore from
And
O'Fallon
sophomore.
First Baptist.
Kohlenberger turning it on now. Yeah, so is Logan Reibel coming up right off the outside of him. He better get on his horse or he's going to end up being in second place, Kohlenberger, but he pulls it out.
Down to the wire
That
here.
wound up being pretty close.
Yeah,
And we'll wait the official mark here.
10:47.26.
Yes.
Henry Kohlenberger from O'Fallon
Just
First
0.06 of a second, so good push there from Logan Reibel. But, 10:47.26 is the mark to beat.
Yeah, he bettered his personal best by about 12 seconds.
Yeah.
All right. And as the rest of these guys start coming across the way, we will go ahead and take a commercial break since we didn't have a chance to. Pre-game show brought to you by LC's Pub in Caseyville, so we'll start off with them. We'll be back in a moment here on the Kahok Sports Network.
Looking for a little bite to eat in a nice, friendly establishment before heading out to a game? Look no further than LC's Pub in Caseyville. Just blocks from Collinsville High School, LC's Pub is the pub of choice for Kahawk fans, before, after, or even during Kahawk games. LC's Pub features a wide variety of traditional bar food like burgers and fries, chicken wings and chicken strips, appetizers like pepper jack mac and cheese bites, fried pickles, and green beans. Plus they have salads, fish, shrimp, and more. LC's Pub also features an outdoor patio, a gaming room, weekly poker tournaments, and a pool table, plus enough TVs for all the sports fans. And LC's Pub shows Kahok games live as well as Blues and Cardinals games. LC's Pub, 605 North Main Street in Caseyville, right across the intersection from All Pro Tees. Call for carry-out orders at 618-855-9007 and on Facebook at LC's Pub. LC's Pub, Kahok fans' pub of choice.
At Visionary Wealth Advisors, we empower you to see your future before it's your future, to create your inheritance, to build your vision, to anticipate the known and unknown, and to find potential in both, and build new dawns. Visionary Wealth Advisors.
Visit Brad Keene at his Collinsville office at 106 North Clinton or call 618-467-8420. Do you have a big land improvement project that requires some outside help? Call Petroff Trucking Company. The Petroff Companies have been shaping the metro area since 1975. Family owned and operated, Petroff Trucking Company can do the job and do it right. Hauling, excavating, and grading, they do that and more. Petroff Companies also has roll-off dumpster rentals. They also specialize in dirt and rock sales. Petroff Trucking Company can help you develop your land for your needs. Petroff Trucking Company. Check out their website, petrofftrucking.com, or give them a call, 618-797-6100. Petroff Trucking Company, shaping the metro area since 1975.
Once again, we welcome you back here to Kahok Stadium. Todd Duke, Zach Roseman along with you. We are set for the only heat in the boys 4x800 meter relay. And got a couple of few top 10 schools. Chatham Glenwood ranked number 2 in Illinois in 3A. Civic Memorial is number 5 in 2A, and Muscuda number 10 in 2A. Collinsville's got their 4 runners in this one as well. That would be Diego Lira, Will Slasnick, Jared Neely, and Alejandro Ramirez Pacheco will be the 4 runners for Collinsville.
Yeah, got a nice full complement. Glenwood, the number 1 seed time. Only team so far to run sub 8 minutes on the year. Beat record. One of the older ones that we have here at the Collinsville Invitational, a 7:47.1 from East St. Louis back in 2006. Glenwood's fastest time, a 7:53.56. So unlikely that we'll see the meet record fall, but I suppose we have seen crazier things happen. Yeah, run through the full complement of teams here. We got Glenwood, O'Fallon, Civic Memorial, Edwardsville, Muscuda, Highland, Belleville West, Springfield High School, East St. Louis, Belleville East, Carbondale, Quincy, Jersey, Triad, Collinsville, as previously mentioned, Southeast out of Springfield, and Eisenhower High from Decatur. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Looks like we've got pretty close to a full complement.
Only 1 heat in this one, and the next one, the 4x100, we have 4.
Yeah. Looks like we're just about ready to go here. A whole lot of people out there.
Yeah.
Got 17 teams, 4 guys running, so
It's crowded.
yeah, do the math.
Yeah.
We're underway.
And we're underway of the 4x800
Off to a pretty quick
relay.
start, looks
Yeah,
like.
I'd say.
I'll settle in here. I'll get a read there on your early leaders.
Won't be able to tell until I get around here, really.
Yeah, it looks like I know Civic.
It's bunched.
Yeah, I know Civic Memorial. It seems like always do well in this event. I think they've won it at least once in the past couple years. At least done pretty well. And looks like they're up there doing pretty well. Yeah, there's CM leading, but all pretty tightly bunched up as we make our way.
Yeah, Belleville East is up there in the front of that mix too.
Yep. Well, coming in pretty quick here. Sub 1 minute 400. That's pretty good pace for the 800. If you can run.
Yeah, but can they keep it up?
Yeah, I was like, if you can run sub 2 minutes, you're going to be doing pretty well. Now, if you've got 4 guys that can do that, you're going to be in pretty good shape. Still very tightly packed up here. No major separation, at least up at the front. Of course, you've got the exchanges to keep in mind as well.
That you do. Looks like you got 2 breaking away from the pack, 3 right behind them, and then it kind of spaces out a little bit more.
Was that Edwardsville and Glenwood?
That's the Tigers from
Edwardsville, Glenwood, Belleville East, O'Fallon, and Civic Memorial.
Edwardsville's going to cross the line first.
Nice run there from Colin Thomas.
And the Tigers are the first to the exchange.
Tigers have got a sizable lead now, going around that second turn over on the far side corner by the American flag. And now they are getting a little bit more spaced out than they were when they first started.
Yeah, the exchange is a good separator.
Final call for the 4x100 meter relay. And the second call for the 3,200 meter run.
If our sheets are correct, that is Cooper Whittick out there running the second leg for Edwardsville, and
that's Cooper Whittick, the junior from Edwardsville.
Out here running well.
Front. Edward Wilson from Chatham Glenwood.
rest of the field making their way around. Edwardsville continuing to hold their comfortable lead. Glenwood maybe trying to cut into it just a little bit here.
.200 meters left for our second runners here in the 4x800 meter relay. Again, that's Cooper Whittick, the junior from Edwardsville.
Edwardsville making their way down.
Edward Wilson from Chatham Glenwood.
As we approach the second exchange.
Third is on. That's the Mascouda Indians.
Oh, and we have a drop of the baton there for, I think that was Springfield High School. We make our way on. Edwardsville still holding on to a fairly comfortable lead.
Civic Memorial out of Bethalto won this event last year with a time of 7:54.91.
All right. Anything under 8 minutes will be a pretty solid mark here in the 4x800.
The Tigers are still out front.
The best time that anyone's turned in so far this year was Glenwood, the 3A school, of a time of 7:53.56. That was at the Triad Night Invitational on May the 2nd, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Belleville East and Mascouda.
Belleville East and Mascouda battling for third. Glenwood still in second. Springfield High, and then everybody else making their way around. O'Fallon, after a pretty good early start, have dropped off a bit. Looks like taking the time to come around and lap the Runner from Springfield Southeast is Edwardsville runner. Declan Hefferlin running third leg. And he'll hand it off to Jackson Amick, who's running anchor today for the Tigers.
And now it's Mascuda.
Mascuda making the push up into second. Nice kick there from James Perkins. Goes by TJ apparently. And it'll be all, just looks like Edwardsville have too far of a lead here. Now the question is, what sort of time are the Tigers going to be able to turn in?
Previous best, what, this year? 8:03:49?
Yes, 8:03:49 from Edwardsville. See if they can come in under that.
Jackson Amick, the senior.
Jackson Amick is going to cross the line before the final guys can hand off for the final time.
Yep.
Well, we got at least one.
Followed by Chatham Glenwood.
Continuing to hold on to his comfortable
Battle
lead.
here with Highland and Civic Memorial.
So we will have our first winner, first event winner after this one, because this is the only heat.
Yep. And points will be assigned. And so the breakdown for that, top 8 placers score points. 10 points for winning, 8 for second, 6 for third. And then on down the line, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, down to 8th place.
150 meters left for our leader, the Edwardsville Tigers.
As coming down the stretch is
Jackson Amick.
Pushes down the stretch 50 meters.
And we'll get a final time here as Amick crosses the finish line.
Well, he's going to break that 8:03.
Yep. And everybody else comes in to finish. 7:56.15 is your winning mark.
That's just 3 seconds off the best so far this year by Glenwood.
Mascuda second, Glenwood third, Belleville West fourth, Civic Memorial fifth.
What did I mess up? I'm sorry. This is Jacob. Yeah. Mascuda in second.
So, Edwardsville will pick up the first event win here in this one. Edwardsville, Mascuda, Glenwood, your top 3.
Will be Springfield.
Then Belleville West and Civic Memorial in 5th.
Report to the finish line.
So the 3 teams that we had in the top 10, Glenwood is number 2 in 3A, and then you have the 2 2A schools, Civic Memorial number 5 and Mascuda number 10. And it ends up being Edwardsville, not ranked in this category, that ends up winning this event.
All right. Everybody else come around to finish, get everything squared away. And yeah, good start for Edwardsville.
So next up is the 4x100 relay. The first heat only has 3 teams. And then the next heat has 8, 8, and 8. The next 3 heats after that. So we only have 3 teams running in the first heat.
Yeah, as last runners come around to finish. So we'll have
Of course, they've loaded all the good stuff up in heat number 4. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 schools in the top 10 in their respective classes. And that'll be in heat number 4. You have Richland County, East St. Louis, Edwardsville, Mascuda, and Cahokia. All 5 of those schools are ranked in the top 10. Number 1, Mascuda in 2A. And then you have Number 2s in both 2A and 3A. East St. Louis in 2A, Edwardsville in 3A. Richland County, number 5 in Class 2A, and Cahokia, number 7 in Class 2A. So they've saved the best for last.
Yep, it's how they try to do it usually. So, yeah, first, so we got the first. Got to get everything squared away there. So, yeah, so so we'll run through the point scores.
Well, they don't waste any time getting this stuff up here, do they?
No, Edwardsville won. So 10 points for the Tigers. See if I can find a team score.
7:56:15 for Edwardsville. Everybody else was either at 8 minutes or over.
Yep. So Edwardsville, Muscuda, Glenwood, West, Civic Memorial, Springfield, Belleville East, and Highland, your point scores as we get everything squared away for the first heat of the 4x100. The meet record, another pretty old one, 41:52, set by Cahokia back in 2006. And the teams for this first heat, Centralia, team consisting of Kyverick Bratton, Arion Hill, Jace Brameyer, and Leonard Bratton. Decatur Eisenhower, team of Edric Bramlett, Nevin Curry, Thomas Garman, and Martavius Johnson. And Springfield Lanphier, team consisting of Keon Horton, Kamori McLean, Aiden Early, and Taj Morns. The Lions going with an all-freshman unit. And it looks like,
Scheduled to have 4 heats.
well, I see
The 4x100 meter relay today.
Eisenhower black and gold. I see Lanphier. Don't know. May not be a starting from Centralia as we're waiting for something, I guess.
I was trying to look over here on the shot put. See if I can find what Habermill and Box are up to, but I don't see their names on the list yet.
Yeah, I don't think they've gotten there yet. Leader so far, Riley Kramer of Muscuda at 51 feet and 1/4 of an inch, or 15.55 meters, however you want to think about it.
Yeah.
Perhaps the performance of the day so far, though, goes to Rex Hallam of Richland County over in the long jump, as we're I'll get back to that in a minute as we are underway. Yeah, so just a straight up 1-on-1, or well, 4-on-4 race is no participant from Centralia, so
who do we have?
it's just Eisenhower and Lanphier running against each other.
All right. That'll make it a little bit easier on the exchange. They won't have a bunch of people down there waiting for batons.
Yep. I'm into the final exchange, and looks like Eisenhower will come up with the lead, and will come in at a time of right about 46 seconds or so.
Somewhere around there. 46:60.
46.6.
That was Eisenhower?
Twas, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 46.6 from...
Just a little bit off of their 46.42 that they had earlier this year.
All right.
All right, heat number 2. We're supposed to have 8 schools represented in this heat. We will find out if that holds to be true. We're supposed to have Father McGivney, Quincy, Roxana, O'Fallon, East Alton, Wood River, Granite City, Highland, and Waterloo.
Yeah. And Lincoln Duffy. That's a Kahok hockey player, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I know at Collinsville hockey get a couple of McGivney students, and get to see something a little different.
Yeah.
His teammates will be Lyle Bierman, Eddie Foppe, and Owen Weissert. The Quincy team, Traden Humphrey, Miller Benz, Jason Percy, and Joshua Herring. Roxana, Jacob Mitchell, Levi Meadows, William Stevens, and Jameer Cornell. The O'Fallon team, Almanzo Jackson, Darius Shropshire, Jerron Clark, and Marlon Beverly. East Alton Wood River, the Oilers bring out Travis Skinner, Makai Shorter, Carson Lamond, and Jamal Burgess Jr. Granite City, Amir Rogers, Cordell Bond, Jeremiah Martin, and Tyrus Graham. Highland will bring out Hunter Fridley, Gavin Klaus, Anthony Beadley, and Daniel Wick. And the team for Waterloo, Aiden McFadden, Anthony Tanis, Owen Nieberge, and Drake Fry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like we got all 8 teams represented here.
Like it when that happens.
Yeah. Always good when we have everybody here as we're getting the final setup squared away here.
Guns in the air. Collinsville will be in the first lane in the next heat.
All right. Guns in the air.
It's been in the air for a while. His
Yeah.
arm's got to be getting tired.
Yep. We're all right, now we go.
There we go.
All right, we're underway.
We're underway in the second heat of the 4x100 meter relay. We're approaching the first exchange.
Looks like a relatively even start for both teams. Looks like maybe O'Fallon. All looks.
Exchanges happen quick in this 4x100.
Yep.
We approach the second exchange.
All look pretty even so far. We'll see if we can get something a little more official. O'Fallon looking pretty good.
And Quincy.
Maybe a run for Quincy as we hit the final exchange. Looks like O'Fallon have the advantage.
The Panthers from
Roxana
O'Fallon
bringing
with the
up
Roxana Shells
third.
behind
Nice
East
run there
Alton
from
Wood
East Alton Wood River, making a
River.
push up for
It's
third as O'Fallon
Panthers.
take the heat win.
And heat 2.
Beverly Marlon Beverly, man, he was scooting there at the end. 44.42.
Thrower from Centralia, Luke Feinheim. Please report.
All right. That'll take the new lead as Roxana 2, East Alton Wood River 3,
That second heat, that was
as all the way down the top 7 marks all ahead of the 46.6 set by Eisenhower in the first heat.
Edwardsville's had the best run so far this year in the 2025 track and field season. They turned in a 41.67 back on April the 26th in the Winston Brown Meet of Champions.
Yep, that's the Edwardsville home meet, so running well on the home surface. As we get ready for heat number 3, it'll be Collinsville, Rochester, Carbondale, Triad, Springfield High School, Decatur MacArthur, Springfield Southeast, and Benton. Collinsville team, Amari Harper, Loyal Patterson, DeAndre Brown, and McKinley Jordan.
So we got a football player and a basketball player?
Basketball player.
Collinsville's in lane 1. Rochester
No, Amari and
in lane
Loyal both
2.
played football.
Carbondale
DeAndre
in lane
played
3.
football.
Loyal Patterson did too.
Yep.
4.
Football and basketball.
Springfield in lane 5. Decatur
So yeah, we'll see how the
MacArthur in lane
Kahawks
6.
are able to do.
Springfield Southeast in lane 7 and Benton in lane
Collinsville's
8.
best finish so far in this event this year is 44.18.
See if they're able to best that as we are getting ready to go here. Again, it looks like full complement.
Three 3A schools that have finished in the top 10 this year in this event. Edwardsville, we told you about number 2. Normal Community High School finished with a 42.06 in the Bloomington Normal Inner City Track and Field meet on April the 29th, and Belleville East with a 42.08 at the Norm Armstrong Invite on April the 12th. The old Norm Armstrong Invitational.
Out at Belleville West. One of the between this and that one, probably the two biggest meets we have down in this neck of the woods, at least during the regular season.
Got 5 2A schools that are competing in this event that have finished in the top 10 in meets so far this year.
Yeah, 5 top. Yeah, so competitive field.
We're not very far away from the playoffs either, are we?
Nope.
From the sectional?
Yeah, sectional's coming up in next couple weeks. And stayed up at EIU, I think the last weekend in May.
100-meter relay underway.
All right, Collinsville on the inside. They have lane number 1.
As well, looks like we got a pretty
3-team race up there, huh?
Yeah, pretty even. We'll see how everything comes in regards to the exchange. Looks like team in red out there on the far, maybe that's Rochester Orange.
Springfield, I think.
5, yeah, Springfield and Triad going neck and neck.
Yeah, they are.
And
That is going to be a photo finish there, man.
I think Triad got it. We'll await official confirmation.
Yeah, they did. 42-34.
All right. Keeps the line moving. Springfield second, Rochester third, MacArthur fourth. Collinsville will come in fifth, 43.95. So season best for the 4x1 team for the Kahawks. So cannot be too mad at that performance.
And the final heat, that's where all the heavyweights reside. Got Glenwood in lane 1, Richland County in lane 2, followed by East St. Louis, Edwardsville, Mascoutah, Belleville East, then Belleville West, and Cahokia in lane 8. And we got 5 ranked schools in this one in the top 10.
In one class or the other, so yeah, definitely fast. 41.67 from Edwardsville, the number 1 seed time. 41.52, a reminder, the meet record. We'll see what the Tigers relay is looking to pick up their second event win of the day, so looking pretty good. See if the Tigers are able to take their 4x8 win and add on a 4x1 win. Still got the field events going on, obviously. Everything underway now. Looks like they've gotten started with the discus. So pretty much everything except triple jump, which they can't start until they get done with the long jump because it's the same area.
Same pit.
Yep. All right, looks like we've got pretty close. Looks like we got everybody, I think. Should be a pretty quick heat here.
Yep, I count 8.
All right. Always fun getting to see all the mix of colors that teams bring. You get 37 teams represented. It's the most schools we cover at one time. Even during the Prairie Farms basketball tournament, we only cover 16.
Yep. Yeah, the Prairie Farms Holiday Basketball Tournament and this thing right here, I spend a lot of time on getting homework. I've spent the better part of the last 3 days getting ready for this thing.
Yep.
I have so much paperwork up here.
We're underway. Looks like a pretty even start. No major advantage for anybody in the exchange. And it looks like Mascoutah may be off to a decent start, making a pretty good run. Maintaining the advantage on the breakout there is still Cahokia out there in lane 8. Third exchange still pretty even. It'll be pretty tight. Looks like Mascoutah holding on to the advantage, and it'll be a pretty close run here. Mascoutah, Edwardsville, Cahokia making a pretty good run, and it looks
might be Edwardsville coming in first in this one.
Ooh,
that's going to be close.
We'll wait officially.
Yep. 41-75.
All right.
And Mascoutah and East St. Louis.
So the Tigers add on another relay win.
That they do.
Edwardsville, Mascoutah, East
Racking
St.
up those points early, man.
Yep.
Easton, Chatham, Glenwood.
Maximum 20 so far.
We'll move on to the second section of the 32
All right.
run. We'll make a first call.
2 events on the track side of things in the books.
First call, 110.
2 of the 4 relays are done, the 800 and the 100, and now we're going to have section 2 or heat number 2 of the 3,200 meter run. That's where you're going to have a couple of top teners from the state. Gabriel McLean from Benton, number 1 in 2A, and Quade Berger, number 10 in 2A.
I guess we can kind of look through and see everything here. 37 teams represented. Should be a fun time here.
Tell you what, man, Edwardsville was close to setting that new record that Kahok has held since 2006.
Yeah, not too far away.
Well, they were only like, what, 10 seconds?
Yeah, so we'll look here is, so for the 3,200, top 10 marks, I guess McLean is missing, but he would definitely be pretty high up there. But a couple other top 10 marks in 2A, Max Weber, who of course not running, Drew Twyman of Triad, who's not running, but Quade Berger of Richland County will be running as
9th best time in Class 2A this year.
Yep. And we're underway. We'll quickly run through everybody as we get moving here.
The second section of the 32.
And Gabriel McLean of Benton, Quade Berger of Richland County, Hugh Davis of Edwardsville. Looks like McLean is not here, actually. Tyler DeVilder of Waterloo, Judah Dix of Richland County, Chase Wagenknecht of Waterloo, Nicholas Rossi of Belleville West, Parker Weaver of Edwardsville, Jacob Cranford of Civic Memorial, Jonah Cunningham of Rochester, Reed Steiner of Quincy, Blaine Soltwadel of Quincy, Chase Cummins of Collinsville, Michael Porter of Decatur Eisenhower, Sam Kahok of Triad, and Joshua Cranford of Civic Memorial.
Waterloo. Nicholas Rossi from Belleville West. Parker Weaver from Edwardsville.
As early on, looks like Nicholas Rossi of Belleville West holding on to the early lead.
From Rochester, Reed Steiner and Blaine.
As they'll make it through the first 400 in a time of about 1 minute 10.
Michael Porter from Decatur Eisenhower. Sam Kukuk from Triad and Joshua Cranford from Civic Memorial.
Even start here.
Out front, that's Nicholas Rossi from
The West runner holding on to the early lead. As Quade Berger, a freshman from out in Richland County, Olney, Illinois, the land of the white squirrel. That's the local novelties out there is they have a white squirrel population.
That's Hugh Davis out front from Edwardsville.
Hugh Davis of Edwardsville as Rossi drops back a bit. Make their way across the 6 to go mark. Davis and Berger fairly comfortably stretched out a bit of a lead here as they start getting the hurdles set up for the 110 meter hurdles. Still have the pole vault going on as well. Fairly comfortable pace being set by Davis and Berger as they continue to stretch out their lead here.
That's still Hugh Davis out front from Edwardsville. Quade Berger.
They'll make their way now across the 2 kilometer to go mark. Not quite halfway through.
Our first call for the 100-meter dash. First call for the 100-meter dash.
We have a nice cheers, big clearance over there on the pole vault side of things. Davis and Berger continuing to make their run. As Eli Gilmore clears the mark of 14 feet 1 3/4 inches, so getting pretty far up there in terms of pole vault. Obviously, the maybe the mark of note, person of interest there is the nationally ranked freshman Parker Owens from Edwardsville. He's had some very good showings in the pole vault here in his freshman year. Carry on as Davis and Berger continue their comfortable lead, not really content to sort of hold position here as the 9-minute chess match, in a way, the 3,200 meter run. Find the balance between, you know, keeping yourself at a good pace to be out in front, but not overexerting yourself before the end of proceedings here.
All this construction going on at the campus and across the street for the new vocational center, man. Things get a little dusty up here.
Yeah, if you get the wind blowing a little bit. It'll be real nice once it's done, though.
Oh, yeah. Looking forward to that. Maybe we won't lose as many softball and baseball games when we finally get that all thing completed.
Yep. Davis and Berger continuing their run as they come around to 1,200 meter to go.
And the 110-meter hurdles coming up next, and then the fastest race of them all follows, the 100-meter race.
Yep, just run as fast as you can in a straight line.
Yep.
Not
what do they call that back in the day, the 40-yard dash?
just less, more, just more straight speed as compared to, it's a different sort of skill, you know?
Yep. Different sort of skill.
Yeah.
I got a particular set of skills.
Yes. As Davis and Berger continuing to carry on here. Davis maybe stretching out the lead just a little bit.
Call for the 110-meter hurdles and second call for the 100-meter dash.
Making their way down the front stretch, coming down to 2 to go here at about 7 minutes 8. So a solid pace as Berger looks to move his way around and has made the pass to take the lead here.
We have a new meet record in the shot put.
Have a meet record in the shot put.
Nice.
Michael
Pomassi of United Township in East.
5 meters or
63 feet 6 inches. So passing up the previous record, passed by Sam Sykin of Carbondale, held for 8 years now, but it has been broken. So we'll see if he's able to better that at all. Berger and Davis continue to make their run as they make their way into the final 500 meters or so. I'll reach the bell at about 8:19 or so. Berger stretches his lead just a little bit. The freshman from only 8:20.15, the official mark, as he hits the 400 meters to go mark. Looking to pick up some points for the Tigers.
Berger and Hugh Davis here.
As Berger coming around to lap some of the back markers. Make his way forward, stretching the lead and looking to pick up a victory here in the 3200.
Let's hear it for our leader. That's Quade Berger, the freshman from Olney, Richland County.
As he will make his way down and pick up the victory here. No meet record, but a solid enough time, as he will come in at a 8:19.2, or no, that's not right. 9:26.76. There we go. Yeah, so a season best for young Mr. Berger.
Yeah, originally came in 9:28.97 was his previous high mark.
Yep.
Getting better as the season is going on.
Yep, and just a freshman, so certainly room for improvement, you would think.
Hugh Davis came in second.
The personal best.
Let's hear it for the athletes down the stretch here.
As everybody, the rest of the field makes their way around to finish here.
And looks like we've got the top 6 now coming through.
Yep.
Starting to come through. Judah Dix of Richland County came in third. 10 minutes exactly with a little .87 at the end. So, all right, well, we're waiting for the last of the 3,200 meter guys to run through, and while they're setting up the hurdles for the next event, which is the 110 meter hurdle, we will go ahead and take a commercial break. We're back in just a moment here on the Kahok Sports.
White fans, this is Dan Mode, class of 1989. I'm with New American Funding. Myself and New American Funding are proud sponsors of Kahok Athletics. As with great coaches at CHS on all the courts, fields, and tracks, we like to coach you through the home buying process and refinance process. If there's ever anything we can do, I can be reached at 618-973-5343 or www.danmodeloans.com. Let's support our student athletes at CHS. They deserve the best. Thank you for your time, and go Kahawks.
The Junior Service Club of Collinsville has been a proud supporter of KahokSports.com and the Kahok Sports Network from day one. Since 1934, the Junior Service Club of Collinsville has been providing women in the community an opportunity to make a difference with fundraisers and projects, all that go towards helping the needy in Collinsville. If you would like any information on any event sponsored by the Collinsville Junior Service Club, head to Facebook, type in Collinsville Junior Service Club, and then click on the Event tab. We thank the Collinsville Junior Service Club for their continued support of the Kahok Sports Network and KahokSports.com.
Once again, we welcome you back here to Kahok Stadium, the 26th edition of this track and field invitational here at Collinsville High School. I'm Todd Duke, Zach Roseman on the camera, and on the other microphone, we are just about ready for 110-meter hurdles, which we have four heats. Yes, four heats in this one. First heat will feature Ariane Hill from Centralia, Isaiah Aziz from Springfield Lanphier, Caleb Cliff from Decatur Eisenhower, Anthony Silva from Muscuda, Sean Kissel from Glenwood High School out of Chatham, Satvik Gionelli, I don't even know how to pronounce that last name, out of Quincy, and Gerald Comer out of Southeast High School in Springfield.
Yeah. Meet record here.
Goganelli, maybe? Goganai?
Goganeni?
Goganeni, yeah, okay.
Goganeni. That's what we'll go with.
All right.
From Quincy in lane 7, and Gerard Comer from Springfield Southeast.
110-meter hurdles, top finishers for the year. 2 of them in 3A, 1 of them in 2A. Jalen Cole from Belleville West has the best mark of 14.33 seconds. That was on April the 12th, the Norm Armstrong invite, and then the other 2 were at the Triad Night Invitational back on May 2nd. The 6th best time in Class 3A was turned in by Dalen Donaldson of 14.39, and then Lewis Johannes, from Triad in Class 2A at 14.34.
Yeah, it looks like Johannes is running. Cole and Donaldson are not. But we will get to see the number 1 110-meter hurdler in 2A. So
that would be Johannes?
Yeah.
Number 1.
Yeah, 14.34.
2024 state champ.
There you go.
All right, looks like they are just about ready. Just about got these hurdles set in place.
Yeah, looks like lane 4 or 5 is vacant. Looks like we got most of the field here.
Collinsville will have a participant in this event in lane 1 of the next heat. Daniel Gutierrez Trejo, the sophomore. Oh, this is going to come along a little faster than this once they got these hurdles set.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're waiting on. Looks like all the runners are about ready to go.
Tell you what, these guys across the way on the pole vault, man, they are getting up there.
Yep, we're getting towards the high end of things, taking shots at 14 feet 7.5. So pretty high marks, no pun intended. As
there was pun intended.
All right.
So we are off here in this hurdle race, and
Arion Hill off to a very comfortable lead.
Comfortable, he kind of just trotted his way across the line.
Yep. Coming at a
17.08.
All right.
They didn't even have a time on there from his earlier stuff.
Maybe he's missed some time with injury or
Could be.
something. But yeah, at 17:08, the mark to beat.
Anthony Sylvia from Muscuda came in second.
Sean Kissel of Glenwood in third.
Top 3 finishers.
Move right along to heat number 2 here. So if we have, run through the field here real quick, if we have everybody represented, it'll be Daniel Gutierrez Trejo of Collinsville in lane 1, Xander Hammonds of Benton in lane 2, Kevin Brown of Belleville West in lane 3, Evan Carr of Muscuda in 4, Jaden Smith of Centralia in 5, Cameron Maple of Granite City in 6, DeQuarion Ross of Carbondale in 7, Ehab Muhammad of Belleville West in 8, and Cruz Lacados of Edwardsville in lane 9. I guess that's the
Marion Ross from
younger
Carbondale,
brother
7.
of Clayton, who we'll see,
Belleville West in 8, and Cruz
I'm sure at some point,
Edwardsville in lane 9.
the sons of Chad Lakatos, who is the head track coach at Edwardsville.
Young Mr. Epinesa is up over on the next flight at shot put. We got a new record.
Yep, meet record as we are underway here. Pretty even start, looks like.
Right down the line, second heat of the 110
This is a lot tighter.
Yep.
Belleville West, lane 8.
And it looks like the winner is, lane 8.
Man, Belleville West. That would be Ehab
Muhammad.
Muhammad.
Ihab Muhammad in lane 8 from Belleville West.
16.68. So right now that is the time to beat with 2 more heats coming up.
16.79 from DeQuarion Ross of Carbondale and a 17.09 from Jaden Smith of Centralia, your top 3.
Heat number 3 coming up. What was this new record? I was looking that up when I heard the gunshot go off.
Well, he broke it again, so
1968, 19 feet, 68 inches.
No, that's meters. So
okay,
this
meters.
is,
Okay, 64, 6.75.
Yeah, 64, 6 3/4, throwing a 12-pound metal ball.
Uh-huh.
Not something I can do.
Nope. I could probably get it out there about 3 feet.
Yeah, you got to give yourself a little more credit than that.
Yeah, no, I don't.
All right. Heat number 3, we've got Cooper Kadelka of Waterloo, Jester Zapata of Benton, Dylan Howard of Carbondale, Reginald Griffin of Cahokia, Wyatt Hansel of Waterloo, Quentin Campbell of Granite City, Keelan LeGrant of East St. Louis, Christopher Little of O'Fallon, and Kieran Wall of Springfield High in this third of 4 heats in the 110-meter hurdles.
Over at shot put, Devin Habermill right now, I believe, is in 7th place. His longest is 52 feet 11 inches. That was his second throw. He's got one more throw coming up. Unfortunately, Shane Box fouled in his first throw. His previous, or his the ones that followed that, 51 feet, .0575 inches, and then 52 feet, 6 inches.
And everybody making their way through here. Obviously, we have a meet record. Number 12, number 12 in the country.
Yeah, saw that.
Yeah, 64 feet, 6 3/4 of an inch from Michael Pomasi of United Township. So
number 1 in Illinois.
Yeah, making the 3.5, 4 hour trip worthwhile.
Yeah, the meet record in that event, previously held by Sam Sykin of Carbondale back in 2016, 63 feet and 0.1 inch.
Yeah.
All right, heat number 3 coming up here in the 110-meter hurdle. One more heat to go after this one.
Underway. Out to the early lead is the runner in lane 6. Waterloo runner.
That would be Quentin Campbell of Granite City.
Looks like he'll be
overtaken there at the last moment, I believe, by Waterloo.
I think he got it.
Did he?
I think Campbell held off Hansel.
Nope, did not. 15.58 for Hansel.
Takes that third heat, followed by Quentin Campbell from Granite City. If please have an East St. Louis coach, please report to the start of the 110 high hurdles.
All right.
Again, East St. Louis coach.
15.58. That's the new time to beat. And we got the defending state champ in this event coming up in this 4th heat, Louis Johannes. He's number 1 ranked in 2A, and as I mentioned, the defending state champ. And he'll be in lane number 5, so he'll be in the middle. In lane 1, you have Brandon Houston from Edwardsville. Elias Holmeyer is in lane 2 from Glenwood. Javion Solomon in lane 3 from Southeast High School of Springfield. Nigel Gooden of Cahokia in lane 4. The aforementioned Louis Johannes in lane 5. Michael Mavick of Normal Community High School in lane 6. Micah Bosantsinga of Springfield High School in lane 7, Terrence Lamb Caraway of Triad in lane 8, and Darian Bradley of East St. Louis is in lane 9. He's just a freshman.
Yep.
And then after we get this final heat done, we go right to the 100-meter race.
Yep. Clear the hurdles and get right back underway. 6 heats scheduled.
And the 100, yeah, there's a lot. Goes by quick, though.
Yeah, it doesn't take too much time.
From Springfield. An 8, Terrence Lane Caraway from Triad, and in lane 9, Darian Bradley from East St. Louis.
Warnings for showing up late, I hear.
Yeah, to somebody.
Yeah.
We move right along here. All right. Everybody comes set here, getting ready for this one here. I have a little bit of a delay here, but it looks like maybe a vacancy in lane 3 for this one. But looks like we got pretty close to a full complement here as we're ready for the what should be a pretty fast 110-meter hurdle race.
Yeah, they get moving right along in these things.
Yep.
It's amazing how fast things move along with 37 schools here and all these athletes that are out here. It's a task. There you go. We're off in the final heat of the 110-meter hurdles.
And surprise, surprise.
Yeah, Johannes up front.
And he'll pick up the win.
Tell you what, man, the kid from Normal Community was right behind him, not too far.
Yeah.
14.34. That will be your winner of the 110-meter hurdle. That's exactly what he had at the Triad Night Invitational back on May 2nd, 14.34.
Yep, comes in as the number 7 mark in the state. Still nearly a second off of the meet record, but good enough to pick up 10 points as the top 4 runners all come in the top 50 in the state.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here while they're getting the hurdles off, and we'll be right back in just a moment here on the Kahok Sports Network.
The Collinsville Education Association is a proud supporter of KahokSports.com and the Kahok Sports Network. The CEA is your partner as they work to ensure quality education for our children. The CEA advocates excellence and equity in public education and represent over 400 educators in 11 schools in both Madison and St. Clair counties. For more information, you can visit the Collinsville Education Association's Facebook page or the CEA's website at collinsvillecea.org. Collinsville High School alumni Stacy Lauenstein, CHS class of 91, Lisa Bassetto, Sarah Sulke, and Tracy Limp, CHS class of 94, Tony Geisen, CHS class of 96, and Kevin Robinson, CHS class of 99, want to wish all of our Kahawks a great year. We look forward to cheering you on and supporting you. Work hard on the court and the field, as well as in the classroom. Remember, once a Kahawk, always a Kahawk. Hashtag Kahawk Family.
No.
We're on to the 100.
Yeah, that's better. Moving on to the 100 meters. Well, the young man who set a new meet record for the shot put did it again. That would be Michael Kabasi of excuse me, United. 64.0675. That's what I get for trying to eat and talk at the same time. All right, 100-meter race. We are ready to go. They are set. We have Caden Dudley in lane 1 of Triad. Aiden McFadden in lane 2 for Waterloo. Nevin Curry of Eisenhower in 3. Chase Word of Freeburg in 4. Anthony Beadle in lane 5 from Highland. Hunter Walters of Civic Memorial in lane 6. Cameron Parson in lane 7 from Springfield. Followed by Aiden Early and Lake Thurman. And looks like on the outside here it is going to be Cale Thurman. I said Lake. Cale Thurman on the outside lane who crosses that finish line first at 11.17 seconds.
That's Cale Thurman from Springfield, 11.17 seconds, followed by Chase Ward.
11.17 seconds. Highest mark so far this year in this category has been turned in from Noah Felt, Class 2A time from Mascoutah. That was at the Norm Strong Invitational back on April the 12th. Got 5 guys that have finished in the top 10 in this race, and 4 of them are in Class 2A. The only 3A runner was Ruffin Sincere of Edwardsville with a time of 10.77, also at the Norm Armstrong Invite. All right, heat number 2 for the 100. Ronald O'Toole in lane 1 from Triad. Cooper Green in lane 2 from Centralia. Keon Horton of Lamphere, Springfield in lane 3. Tyrese Graham in lane 4 from Granite City. Bradley Tooth from Jerseyville in lane 5. Gervon Clark in lane 6 from O'Fallon. Ben Mahan of Glenwood High School in lane 7. Jeremiah Martin from Granite City in lane 8. And John Tay Rogers from MacArthur High School in lane 9. 6 heats scheduled in this 100-meter race. Got a couple of state-ranked ones coming up in heat number 6. Keelan Dowell, number 5 in Class 2A, and Felipe Gonclaves, number 6 in Class 2A. Dowell is from Cahokia, and Conclaves from Richland.
Looks like we've got pretty close to a full complement here. That one, see how things go in this one. Runners are down. And comes set. And we are underway.
Close one on the outside. Looks like lane number 8, Jeremiah Martin of Granite City finishes first.
Inch time on that.
Yep, 11.64.
Jeremiah Martin from Granite City.
Moves him into provisional second as Thurman's time from heat 1 still holds the lead.
Clark O'Fallon. Bradley Tooth from Jersey.
I'll let you tell everybody who's in heat 3.
All right, heat 3. We get ready to go here. If we have full representation, we'll have Marquise Lowry, freshman from Decatur Eisenhower in lane 1. Darian Pantovich, a senior from Mascoutah in lane 2. Coriante Midget, senior from Cahokia, starting running back for the Comanches football team in lane 3. Traden Humphrey of Quincy in 4. Andre Nava of First Baptist Academy in 5. Cameron Judkins of Jersey in 6. Travis Skinner of East Alton Wood River in 7. Camden Mossman, another First Baptist Academy Eagle in lane 8. And Nathan Jackson of Mascoutah in lane 9. As it looks like we are pretty close to a full complement. Looks like not any super noticeable holes. meet record in the 100 meters, 10.51, set by Jacob Mitchell of Springfield Lanphier back in 2007. Come set, and we're underway. Another strong run from lane 8 out there. Scooter runner, but Quincy runner looking good as well.
I was going to say, these outside lanes seem to be the lane to be in today here, but
yeah,
the middle lane looked like it came and took over things.
We'll see. As Nathan Jackson of Mascuda the winner, 11.29 for that heat, but Thurman still holds on to the lead.
That he does.
Getting closer, though.
All right, heat number 4 features our first Collinsville participant. You have Elliot Rydell of Rochester in lane number 1, Hunter Friendly of Highland in lane 2, Cruz Evans of Glenwood High School in lane 2, McKinley Jordan of Collinsville in lane 4, Gage Pletch of Rochester in lane 5, Kashmir Towns of Springfield Southeast in lane 6, Jeremiah Lewis, Belleville East in lane 7, Amari Harper of Collinsville in lane 8, and Damian Burgess of Quincy in lane number 9.
All right, looks like pretty close to a full complement here. Still trying to track down the mark set by Cale Thurman of Springfield. So the field event's going on as we're just a few minutes past the 5 o'clock hour, moving, or 12 o'clock hour.
I was going to say, if it's 5 o'clock, we shouldn't even be here.
No. 5 minutes past the 12 o'clock hour here, so moving pretty quickly, all things considered. Usually it's a relatively quick time, try and get done in about 3 hours or so. Probably apart from a really long-winded baseball game, probably the longest single broadcast we do. Obviously, we have longer days at Prairie Farms Holiday Classic with 8 basketball games, but get a little bit of a break in between. Plus, we have some extra help with they're able to rotate our voices in and out and saves us a little bit of effort.
That is true. Yeah, because during this event, you got to turn down your microphone, take a couple of bites of food, and move on.
Yep, no real big stoppages, and we do what we can.
We don't want any big stoppages.
No.
And usually this event is on Kentucky Derby Day, but
a week later this year.
Yeah, it's a week later this year, and I was kind of happy about that because that allowed me to go up to Bloomington and watch Chris Kettler get inducted into the Illinois Basketball Coaches Association Hall of Fame, and now here we are doing this one.
Yep. So we are underway. Looks like a fairly even start. And, looks like lane 8 again.
Yeah, outside lane, man, has been pretty good here.
Yeah, that'd be
Cruz Evans actually in lane 3, who ended up with the best time. They were a little bit more bunched up this time around.
Yeah.
11.37.
So Thurman still still holds the lead.
Of course, you got the top 2 guys coming up in heat number 6, but we're moving on to heat number 5 right now. See, this is a chance for you to get something to eat while I'm doing this, right?
All right.
Yeah. Drake Spetter of Benton in lane number 1. Edwardsville has Steve Moore in lane number 2. Mackay Shorter of East Alton Wood River is in lane 3. Dalen Donaldson of Belleville East is in lane 4. Kai Varick Bratton of Centralia in lane 5. Reginald Wilson of Carbondale is in lane 6. Julian Garcia of MacArthur High School in lane 7. Belleville West has Isaiah Williams in lane 8. And Bobby Ross of Freeburg is in lane 9. All right, so the runner's getting ready down here to our left. This is heat number 5 of the 6 heats in this 100-meter race. Coming up next is the 800-meter race. And then we'll get back to some relay action with the 4x200. Nice for the weather to cooperate with us, that's for sure, because we have not had a lot of cooperation with the weather during our spring sports season. Only 2 softball games I've managed to do so far this year, and finally got my 5th baseball game in. We've even had some volleyball games canceled, not due to weather, but due to their opponents not fielding enough players to get a team on the court, so we've lost a couple of those as well. Soccer's been right on time. We haven't lost anything for soccer, and we are off in heat number 5. Looks like we're missing a couple of runners here, lane 7 and lane 8 and lane 3, and it's going to be a close finish. Looked like for a moment there that Gage Pletch may have crossed. Nope. Dalen Donaldson at 11.15, so he becomes the new de facto leader. Takes over for Cale Thurman, who turned in that 11.17 in heat number 1, but now that has been bettered. 11.15 here by Donaldson, and we have heat number 6 coming up here in just a second. We'll tell you all about that. We have Moguldai Kimbinang of Carbondale. Kevinang, okay. You're better at this stuff than I am, man.
Yeah,
Shaman McLean, East St. Louis is in lane 2. Jalen Cole of Belleville West in lane 3. Darren Wilson of Edwardsville in lane 4. Then you have our 2 ranked runners here. Number 5 in Class 2A and Keelan Dowell of Cahokia. And number 6 in Class 2A, Felipe Gonclaves in lane number 6 from Richland County. That'll be followed by Chris Pete of Waterloo in lane 7. Byron Walker of Springfield Southeast in lane 8. And Marlon Beverly of O'Fallon in lane 9.
Yeah, it's obviously you're looking probably to break the 11-second mark. Of course, 10.5 won the meet record. We'll see if anybody's able to push up into that territory.
Jacob Mitchell from Lanphier had that meet record back in 2007.
We've already seen one record fall.
Yeah.
Saw one last year in the 400. And now we haven't seen it, but we've at least heard of it with the Mr. Pomasi and the very, very good shot put mark.
Still doing the shot put over across the way. They're up to, looks like, throw number 5.
Yeah, so getting towards the end of things for shot put.
Yeah. Devin Habermill has moved up to 4th place. Shane Box has moved up to 5th.
All right.
Looks like Devin has thrown all 5 of his, and Shane has as well. He had a foul in the 1st and a foul in the 4th. And the last heat of this 100-meter run is just about ready to go. Gun is in the air. A little bit of a breeze blowing, as you can hear some of the wind going over the microphones, coming straight at the press box.
Mm-hmm. Lots of PRs in this 100-meter run, which is good. It's what you want. You want everybody improving on what they've done this year and building towards the playoffs that we've got coming up here in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
All trying to make it up to that big blue track in Charleston.
And we're off the final heat here in the 100-meter run, and they are closely bunched up. Looks like it's Dowell that is in front here in this one. 11 seconds is what it set up on the clock, but let's find out. 10.64 by Dowell. Man, you ain't kidding.
From Cahokia.
10.64. Not too far off of that record by Jacob Mitchell.
Yeah, come number 7 in the state.
Dean Dowell, that's a new Illinois number 7.
Yeah.
All right.
10.64.
We're going to move on now to the 800 meters.
Wrap up the
And we have 4 heats coming up in that one.
100-meter run.
And we can tell you a little bit about some of these guys. Drew Patterson has the best record so far this year of all the classes. He is with Community High School in Normal, Class 3A. Ran a 154.78. That was on April the 26th on the in the Distance Night in Palatine track meet.
Yep.
And we got another in 3A, also from Community High School out of Normal, and that is A.J. Ince. He was just a few seconds behind his buddy Drew Patterson there. That was on May the 3rd, though, at the Morton Distance Gala. And then we have 3 of the top 10 finishes in Class 2A. Zachary Duffy of Freeburg with a time of 1:56.87 at the Winston Brown Meet of Champions. Luke Smith had the 8th best mark in Class 2A this year, 1:57.21, April the 18th in the Military Classic. Smith is from Waterloo. And Leo Causey of Mascoutah from Class 2A, 1:57.28, and that was on May the 2nd at the Triad Night Invitational.
All right. Give you all a rundown here on this first heat. We've got Cole Perryman of Mascoutah, Cameron McDonough of Quincy, Kyan Day of Waterloo, Bodie Devine of First Baptist Academy, Jared Neely, a Collinsville representative, Amon Hardy of Rochester, Kevin Benega of Southeast, Leandre Huggins of Lanphier, Diego Lira, another Collinsville representative, Ethan Richards of Eisenhower, Dalton Hustet of Southeast, Aquarius Johnson of Lanphier, Deshaun Capers of MacArthur, Jeremy Jenkins of Eisenhower, Taven Warding of East Alton Wood River, and Aiden Perry of First Baptist Academy, scheduled for 16. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it looks like we maybe got a couple scratches, but still a pretty close field for one of my favorite events, really. It's a nice combination of speed and strategy. Meet record 153.32 set by Andrew O'Keefe of Granite City back in 2019. We'll see if we can get anybody in the faster heat to push down towards that time. Good bellwether mark. Anything under 2 minutes will play pretty well in the world of track and field. As we are getting everybody positioned up correctly here. Moving right along here. It's a beautiful day. And Pomasi has broken his own record again in the shot put. A mark now of, let me make sure I get this right, 20.14 meters, 66 feet 1 inch. That is now number 7 in the country.
Okay.
So we are in rarefied air here for the young man from East Moline. This is must-see TV in the world of shot put.
A new meet record.
I don't even think I had them on the list of schools here today, did I?
I knew he was coming. I figured
20.14 meters or 66 feet 1 inch.
I don't know.
Yeah, they're on there.
Okay. Yeah, it's
Number 7 in the United States. We're underway here in this first heat of the 800-meter run.
We're underway in the first heat of the 800-meter run.
two laps of the track here. Right about half a mile is a metric equivalent. Field starts to string its way out as they make their way into the turn here. Last 200 meters of the first lap.
We only have one of our ranked guys running in this race. Heat number 4, Zachary Duffy.
Yep. See AJ Ince running as well.
That's Cameron McDonough from
Cameron McDonough of Quincy out to the early lead.
Cole Perryman from Mascoutah.
Coming in at right about a minute, so pretty.
Well, if he can keep that up, he'll trim 14 seconds off his best because McDonough, his best so far this year is 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yeah.
That would be impressive.
Yeah, you can come in and.
He's got a sizable lead, too.
Yep. Looks like a bit of a push coming from somebody making his way up into second.
Looks like Tigers colors to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that would be. We'll get a more positive ID once we can see the number, help ourselves out here. But looks like McDonough has got a fairly comfortable lead here, and it looks like he'll pick up a win here. That is a Waterloo runner.
Waterloo, yeah.
Yeah.
Kean Day.
And the freshman, Kean Day from Waterloo.
And
Well, I don't think he's going to catch him.
Nope. McDonough will come in for the heat win. Time of
2:05:59. He did trim some time off of that, didn't he?
yeah, season best for the senior.
Trimmed off about 9 seconds off of his previous best. All right, heat number 2. We're getting ready to come up here. And this will feature Colin Nolte, lane number 1 from Springfield. Logan Kirby of Civic Memorial in lane 2. Jackson Hancock of Centralia in lane 3. Easton Blair in lane 4 of Belleville West. Chris White in lane 5 of Mascuda. Jonathan Jack White of Belleville West in lane 6.
Well, no.
Austin Stern of Waterloo is that's Jabot in lane 7. Javier Cass of Granite City in lane 8. Connor Schmidt of Glen Carbon, Father McGivney in lane 9. LeBron Reed of Jabot in lane 10. Keenan Mixkel is from Belleville East. He's in lane 11. Christopher Turnball of Jersey is in lane 12. Samuel Skirball of Triad in 13. Carbondale has Ryland Kerfman in lane 14, and Centralia has Tyler Carruthers in lane 15.
Yeah, it's a nice full mark. We'll see if anybody's able to match the mark set by Mr. McDonough back in that first heat.
Collinsville does not have a participant in this one, do they? Or did he play in he did in the first one, right? Yes.
Yeah, we had
Diego Lira.
Diego Lira and Jared Neely.
Yeah.
Okay. Getting everybody set up here.
Got the 800 right now. That'll be followed by the 4x200 meter relay. And then the 400 meter run. So we are moving right along. Looks like we are just about halfway through these running events.
Yep, we got we do have official shot put and long jump results. So when we get an opportunity, we'll provide everybody the rundown on those, and then we'll give an update on the team scores through the first few events.
Devin Habermill came in 4th place in shot put. Shane Box came in 5th.
All right, so that'll be so nine team points there for Collinsville between the two of them.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're able to add a few more in the discus.
Yeah, Shane Box got a personal record.
All right. Obviously the performance of the day, though, the meet record
Couple of times.
Yeah, a couple times over.
Underway in the second heat, the 800-meter run.
Everybody filters their way down towards the lane 1. Out to an early lead is a Belleville West out there. Do we have a Belleville West runner?
I believe we do.
All right.
Got a couple of them, I think. No, one east, one west.
That
No,
looks,
2 west.
that looks like West. That is number
Looks like number 4.
number 4. So that'd be
Easton Blair.
freshman.
That's Easton Blair out front from Belleville West.
And his teammates gonna make a push up into second.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, Jonathan Jack White.
Jonathan Jack White, also from Belleville West.
High jump over there still going on.
Yep.
It's kind of wait when these guys get around that turn over there.
Please report.
You get to go out to about the edge of the track, but
Yeah.
just common courtesy, make use of the space, not have anybody running by messing with your rhythm as you're about to proceed for the high jump.
Looks like Easton Blair still in first place. Got a pretty good lead on his teammate there.
Of our 800-meter run.
But Jonathan Jack White holding steady at second place. He's got about a 3-foot lead over the third place runner.
Yeah.
Coming down the stretch.
Yep. Springfield runner.
Yeah, Colin Nolte is closing in on second place. But right now, it is Easton Blair's race to lose, and he's not going to. He's going to cross the finish line first. 2.0565.
2:05.65.
Freshman.
Which puts him just behind McDonough. So McDonough, for now, still holds on to the lead.
Yeah.
Run.
I'll let you handle the Heat 3 rundown.
All right. For Heat 3, we have number 1 seed is Xavier Turner of O'Fallon. We also have Gavin Slee of Quincy, Christian Knobloch of Highland, Anthony Massey of Triad, Taylor Davis of Edwardsville, Ben Hepperman of Freeburg, Donnie Miller of Highland, Seeger Sanchez of Benton, Clayton Bora of Springfield, Broderick Curtis of Columbia, goes by Brody, Nicky Yaros of Normal Community, Joel Faraune of Granite City, and Landon Livingston of Richland County. Rounding out the field here in heat number 3. And it looks like we got pretty close to a full complement of runners here for this third of 4 scheduled heats. And so, Mr. Pomasi picking up the win in the shot put. And we also had we have our long jump winner officially. Congratulations to Rex Hallam of Richland County and Olney, winning with a mark of 7.26 meters or 23 feet 10 inches. Comes in at number 2 in the state and number 66 in the country. As getting everybody set up here and squared away for heat number 3 as getting ready for everything here. We're underway.
Heat 3 of the 800-meter run.
Pretty even grouping so far. No major separation in the field as they make their way into the north turn here at Kahok Stadium. Out to an early lead is the number 7 runner from Highland. Closely followed by the O'Fallon runner. As they hit the bell here at about 57 seconds. Pretty good pace. Still a pretty even field here through no major separation at all. It's been a pretty competitive meet here.
Staying that way all the way through.
Yep. making their way into the final 200 meters. We'll get an ID on your leader here. Looks like maybe an Edwardsville runner.
Couple of them.
As out to the early lead there is, well, that's Highland, not Edwardsville.
Yeah.
Two of them, actually.
Yeah.
Knobloch and Miller gonna race each other here to the win. And able to make the pass is Donnie Miller.
Yeah.
And he'll pick up the win with a time of 1:58.52. So we've broken the 2-minute mark. Personal record for the junior from Highland.
That was Donnie Miller from Highland.
That's the time to beat right now, but you got the number 10 guy in Class 2A coming up in heat number 4 in Zachary Duffy of Freeburg. So we'll see if he can get that one challenged.
And we'll run through the rest of the field here in this final meet as we're moving pretty quickly here. We have AJ Ince of Normal Community, the aforementioned Zachary Duffy of Freeburg, Brady Moser of Glenwood, Luke Smith of Waterloo, Cole Buchanan of Benton, Glenn Collins of Civic Memorial, Darius Ivey of East St. Louis, Robert Walking of O'Fallon, Van Schneider of Glenwood, Colin Thomas of Edwardsville, Zion Wilkins of Carbondale, Liam Schmidt of Father McGivney, and Wyatt Gustafson of Rochester rounding out the field here. 1:55.87, your top seed time from Mr. Ince. As we're moving right along here. A real quick team score here update. Richland County out to the early lead with 46 points. Edwardsville in second with 41. Belleville West in third. Drop off back to the Maroons with 19. East St. Louis and Triad tied with 18 for fourth, and then so on and so forth. Collinsville currently find themselves in 11th with 9 points. As we are getting everybody situated here to get ready for this final heat of the 800 meters. Just about ready to go here. I thank you all for watching as the runners come set and is fired and we are underway.
The final heat of the 800-meter run is underway.
On to a nice quick start as they hit the break point, and will mark their way down here. As we make our way around, as out to the lead here, it's pretty even. As AJ Ince out to the lead as they hit the bell at about 57 seconds. And out to the lead is, well, still Ince it looks like, but pretty even here. Making a run out there as well, Mr. Moser from Glenwood.
Robert Woking out there in front.
And Robert Woking of O'Fallon out there for good run, and Woking will actually take the lead as they makes the way out into the final 200 meters. NC will look to make a run. Everybody trying to make the push here. Big push on the outside from Darius Ivey of East St. Louis, looking to make his way up on the far outside. Luke Smith of Waterloo will push into the lead, trying to hold out Ivey. And Moser still coming up the inside. And this will be a pretty close finish here.
Moser's going to take it at the last second.
Yeah, looks like Luke Smith got it.
Nope, Moser did. Oh, yeah, they changed it on me at the last second. 1.5556.
155.56, number 15 in the state. A 57-second final 400. And there will be a cheer from Central Monroe County as Luke Smith picks up 10 points for the Bulldogs. Brady Moser second. Darius Ivey of East St. Louis making a nice run to come in third. Earn some nice points for the Flyers.
And Zachary Duffy finished in 10th place. Came in ranked number 10 in Class 2A. And had a earlier time in the Winston Brown Meet of Champions back on April 26th of 156.87. This was a 2:02 mark, so he was well off of his original pace.
100-meter relay update on the team scores. Only Richland County, 46 points.
Richland County's in first place right now, as far as team is concerned. All right, that does it for the 800, so time to move on to the 4x200 meter relay.
19, East St. Louis. 18 in Triad.
And there are 3 heats in this 4x200 meter relay. And heat number 1, we will have teams of Waterloo, Eisenhower High School out of Decatur, East Alton Wood River High School, Father McGivney out of Glen Carbon, Benton, Highland, Quincy, and Lanphier High School out of Springfield. 4x200 meter relay.
Meet record in this one, 125.64 set by East St. Louis back in 2016.
Yeah, we don't have any more meet records left from the 1900s anymore.
Nope.
Of course, this, I believe, 1998, I want to say, was the first one.
Yeah, there's been meets at Collinsville back before that, but in the
1998 was the first one. O'Fallon won that one.
Yeah, first definitive, this specific iteration of the Collinsville Invitational.
Yes.
Back in '98. So we carry on here.
Would you say the oldest record was here?
Well, yes,
2006.
2006, a couple of
A
times.
couple of them, yeah. The 4x800 meter relay by East St. Louis, the 4x100 meter relay by Cahokia, and the 4x400 meter relay by East St. Louis also. So 2006 was the East St. Louis year, it looks like.
Cahokia won.
Cahokia won that time.
Yeah.
Had, what, one set last year?
Yep.
That was it.
Troy
Yeah.
McLean of Belleville West.
Of course, Collinsville's got a guy in this invitational meet records. That would be Jamarian Stewart. His 200-meter dash time of 21.34 seconds from 2019 still stands.
Yep.
We'll see if that falls by the wayside this year.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course,
That's coming up soon.
Jamarian just finished up his career at the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley.
Yeah.
So able to move on to run at the Division I level. A lot of Division I athletes in a few different sports that have made their way through this invite, and I can think of at least one NFL player off the top of my head. So, and probably a few other definitely several other high-level athletes as well.
Best finish this year as far as top 10 in the state goes in this 4x200. It's Belleville West, Class 3A. They finished in a time of 1 minute, 27.05 seconds. That was back on May 2nd at the Triad Night Invitational. Got about 3 top teners in Class 3A. The rest of them are in Class 2A.
Yeah, Cahokia, Muscuda, East St. Louis.
Yeah.
Should be even Richland County a top 10. So this is a pretty competitive event in regards to this particular meet.
And, of course, Belleville West will be in the final heat. Got a bunch of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that are all ranked in the Illinois top 10.
In one class or another.
Yeah.
It's, quick time. Should be pretty fun here.
4x200-meter relay.
Still waiting to get everybody set up down here at the starting blocks.
Yeah, had a false start, so
Yeah.
getting everything reset.
Pole vaulters are still doing their thing across the way. I do not know if we have moved on to the triple jump from the long jump. We have, haven't we? Long jumps in the books? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
long jump's done.
Yeah.
I would think they would have started with
Triple?
triple jump. And
Yeah, they're in line over there. They're moving over.
Yeah, it looks like pole vault's probably just about, at least the high. I think the higher level guys went first for pole vault. So
I couldn't do that, man.
yeah, not a.
I'm afraid of heights.
I'm not. I don't have the frame for it.
No. I probably do, but probably not.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Underway.
One of the 4x200
Heat
meter
1 of the
relay.
4x200 meters.
East Altonwood River in
See
3,
how everything kind of
Father
matches up the
McGee
break
in
here as we
4,
make our way towards
Quincy
the
in 7,
first exchange.
Springfield
Looks like the
Lancaster
high jump's
8.
getting pretty close to being completed as well.
Yeah, I think so. Moving right along here as we reach the first exchange.
Looks like lane 8 in the lead right now.
Lanphier, Quincy, Father McGivney making a decent run against the break. We approach third exchange. Looks like Father McGivney first to the handoff.
First to the handoff.
Still kind of close up front.
Yeah. Father McGivney and somebody making a nice run out there on the outside. As we hit the final exchange, coming into the final 200 meters. Be pretty even run here. Father McGivney still holding on to the lead. Push coming here from East Alton Wood River maybe, but it looks like the Griffins will
Yes, they will.
fly their way through to the finish at a time of
1:34.84.
And that's Father McGivney. Takes the first.
And that's about
200-meter relay, followed by East
a
Alton
tenth of a second better than their last?
Quincy.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, 134.84. Yep.
On to heat number
Previous best
2.
was 1:34.91. So they shaved off just a little bit of time on that one.
Yeah.
And that stands right now as the time to beat, but we still have 2 more heats coming up, and heat number 2 will feature O'Fallon in lane 1, Rochester in lane 2, Springfield Southeast in lane 3, Carbondale in 4, Triad in lane 5, MacArthur High School out of Decatur in lane 6, Granite City in 7, and Collinsville. We'll get to run here in this second heat in lane 8. You have Amari Harper, a junior, who will be the first runner, followed by Colton Seaton, a freshman. In the third leg is Hakeem Muhammad, a sophomore, and in the anchor leg, it is McKinley Jordan, a sophomore, who will be the final runner for Collinsville.
Yeah. Looks like most of the runners are about set to go here.
Jersey beat Collinsville in softball today, 13-0. So after the Kahawks had a big 15-0 win yesterday against Alton, They get blanked out themselves today.
I feel like we're moving pretty quickly here. Not even 1 o'clock yet. Still have still a ways to go, but moving pretty quickly, I feel like, all things considered.
I would agree.
Better find some wood to knock on.
Usually about 2 or 3 o'clock is when we wrap things up around here, depending on if we had any delays or not.
And be hoping to be done by about. I have something that I would like to be at by about 3 o'clock, so we'll. But obviously, this will take priority over that, so we'll hold station and move right along here.
I just have outside work to do at home, so I'm not in a big hurry.
Yeah, we got the grass too here coming up.
Well, I'm doing that tomorrow.
Mm.
But we have a project going on right now. We're repainting the patio table
All right.
and the bases that hold the umbrellas. So the missus is at home getting the first stages of that going on.
We'll proceed on here. Looks like we're just about ready to go here. Runners are down, and we're underway.
Second heat, 4x2. O'Fallon in lane 1. Rochester. in
Collins
lane
will
2.
have the benefit of the
Springfield,
break
Southeast
here,
in 3.
or the stagger, excuse me. And it looks like a pretty good run here as the Kahawks approach the first exchange.
In 8.
Colton Seaton running the second leg and able to hold on to the lead at least for now as the freshman.
Yeah.
Granite City making a push out here,
That they are.
but they will have the benefit of stagger as Granite City get out to the lead here, but are passed up by a team to the inside of them, which would be Triad maybe? And it looks like as we approach the final exchange here. And
Well, let's see if McKinley Jordan can turn on the afterburners here and come around, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen.
drop baton.
He
looks
sure
like.
did, yep.
And it looks like it'll be a pretty comfortable victory here for
It's Triad.
Triad.
Yep.
Should be a pretty close fight here for third. Looks like Carbondale will come in for second in the heat. .130.2 from the Knights.
Yeah. Collinsville got disqualified from that one.
There's the drop baton.
Yep.
Second heat with a 4x2 100-meter relay. That was Triad.
So now the Triad Knights the time to beat, 130.20,
Carbondale.
130.2, and that will probably be broken by one of these schools in Heat 3. Glenwood out of Chatham in lane 1, Springfield in lane 2. They are the 10th ranked team in 3A in this event. Muscuda is in lane 3. They are the number 3 ranked team in Class 2A. Belleville West is in lane 4. They are the number 1 ranked team in this event in Class 3A. In 2A, number 1 is Cahokia. They're right next to Belleville West. Then you have Edwardsville in lane 6. They are ranked number 8 in this event in Class 3A. And then you have next to them East St. Louis, who is ranked number 5 in Class 2A. And then Belleville East is in the final lane, lane number 8, as we get you set for heat number 3. Final heat here in the 4x200 meter relay.
Yeah, I'm moving pretty quickly here.
Next up is the 400 meter run, and I believe that one has 6 heats. Yeah.
No.
Well,
8.
8. Yes, it does. 8. Yeah. What is the? What am I doing here?
5 and 6.
Yeah.
I guess 5 and 6 got printed twice. Okay.
Did it?
Yeah.
5, Jackson, Jalen, Jackson. No, different names.
Let's see, 7 and 8, and then 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Unless we're running,
Well, there's 5 and 6 here too.
that's different. So we're running 10?
I don't know, because they've got Heat.
Yeah, a different.
5. Yeah, they got different names. So yeah, it looks like it might be 10.
Yeah.
They just mislabeled
Okay.
9 and 10. They mislabeled them 5 and 6.
Maybe. I think. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. Anyway.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Heat number 1 only has 3 runners in it, though, so we'll see if maybe they got moved around to other heats and we bypassed that first heat. I don't know. We'll find out.
And we'll see. All right. Looks like we're about ready here for this 4x200. Looks like we've. It looked like we had some holes, but they're just waiting to getting their final preparations done.
Well, the gun is raised.
Yeah, runners are set.
And they are off.
Yeah, we've got some holes
Here
here.
we are in the final heat of the 4x2.
3, 4, 5, 6. Well, just the one, I guess.
Yeah, we don't know which one's missing, though. I don't know yet.
Figure it out here in a minute, I think. Yeah. Nice run out of the middle from Edwardsville. Oh, and a cramp for the Edwardsville runner. That's unfortunate. Belleville East will.
Yeah, Belleville East, who's not ranked, they're in first.
Yep.
Go figure.
And they're going to be first of the exchange here. East St. Louis and Cahokia looking to cut into that deficit.
That's Belleville East out in lane 8. And Cahokia in 5.
Cahokia making a push to take over there.
In lane 3.
See if we get a clean exchange going on over there in this final exchange.
We're moving along here. Looks
Ooh,
like
boy.
Cahokia making a push here. Mascuda making a run.
Yeah, Mascuda on the inside trying to turn it up. Cahokia
That's Cahokia.
seem to beat right now. And coming up on the inside is Mascuda there at the last second, but it's going to be Cahokia that'll cross the line first. And with a time of 1:27.57,
Cahokia.
they will be your winners.
127.57.
Springfield High School able to pass up Mascuda for second.
127.76 and the Scuda 120.
So Cahokia, number 1 ranked in 2A in this 4x200 meter relay, will take the
400 meter
gold medal, if you will.
300 meter hurdle.
And that'll send us to the 400 meter race. And then after that, we have the last of the hurdles. So in between the last of the 400 meter race and the hurdles, we'll take a commercial break. All right, and the 400 meter run, the best time turned in so far this year from all the schools running in that event was turned in by Troy McLean of Belleville West in Class 3A with a time of 48.29 seconds. That was on April the 12th.
Of course, his
At the Norm Armstrong Invite.
of course he holds the meet record from last year.
Yep.
47.82, and it looks like there's been some changes made here. So looks like we're gonna have 7 heats for the 400.
Okay.
So so for this first heat, I'll give you all the rundown. We have, or we're supposed to anyway, have Jervon Clark of O'Fallon in lane 1, Robbie Ross of Freeburg in lane 2, Lucas Kinsman of Benton in lane 3, Gage Aller of Highland in 4, Avinash Johnny of Normal Community in 5, Matthew Bladen of Lanphier in 6, Chase Word of Freeburg in 7, and Stefan Bladen of Lanphier in 8.
So we took guys from heat number 1 and spread them out. Is that what we did?
Yeah, it looks like if we have a couple non-starters, then you can kind of compress things down a little bit.
So Stefan's in this
Yeah,
first heat, which was heat 2, but now it's heat 1.
Yeah. So Bladen and Clark moved down because Shirley DNS, so you're able to fit 8 for a 400. So, yeah.
So Jerron Clark is running in this one as well?
Well, I don't see him there, so maybe not.
Okay. Because we got 2 Clarks. Jervon and Jerron. Jerron was scheduled in heat 1, and Jervon was scheduled in heat 2, unless that's a typo. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
They're both from O'Found, and they're both juniors.
Yeah, it's like they could be twins.
Could be.
We'll see. I don't know. Maybe it is an error. We'll play it by ear and figure out what we got to do. Best seat.
All right, we are off.
So we are underway here for the first of 7 heats, I guess. Out to a pretty comfortable early lead is the runner out there, the blue shorts from.
I believe that was Freeburg.
Yeah, I guess that'd be Word, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Looks like his teammate maybe will make a bit of a push here on the inside. Mr. Ross. Two midget teammates will make their way down the line.
Looks like Chase Word is going to
pick up the win.
Catch up and pick up the win on the outside there.
Yep. Time for that is
54.89.
Yeah, 54.89 for Mr. Word.
Word.
Yes. W-O-R-D.
Okay, so we are moving on to Heat 2, which is actually Heat 3 on our program, right?
Yeah, so Clark and Matthew Bladen non-starters. So we move on to Heat 2. And get this figured out here. Okay, Heat 2. In Lane 1, you will have Anton Spates of MacArthur. Lane 2 will be Eddie Foppe of Father McGivney. Uriah Harris of First Baptist Academy in Lane 3. Wyatt Doris of Civic Memorial in 4. Brody Blind of Waterloo in 5. Elijah Mundell of MacArthur in 6. Thomas Garman of Eisenhower in 7. And Bennett McCormick of East Alton Wood River in 8. But once again, it looks like we have a few non-starters.
Yeah, lanes 1 and 2 both empty.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 5.
Huh.
Very high attrition rate here for this one.
Yeah. Looks like, is Polvo over?
Not quite, maybe? I don't know.
Not yet. The only results that we have final on the field side of things is the long jump and the shot put. Everything else is still going on. But I would imagine they're getting down to the nitty-gritty over there.
Yeah, I would say discus has been going for a bit now as we're underway with just 4 competitors here in this one.
We're into Heat 2, the 400-meter dash.
Heat 2.
Pretty even grouping between the 4 runners so far. They make their way into the north turn here.
Coming around to the final turn.
And looks like the Civic Memorial runner, Doris, to the lead, but it looks like
Looks like Uriah Harris from O'Fallon's First Baptist Church has overtaken him.
And we'll push into the lead.
And he'll end up with the win.
All right.
Right around 55 seconds.
Come in at a
55-45.
O'Fallon First Baptist. In the second heat is a 400, followed by Wyatt Doris and Elijah.
So that will come in actually in a provisional third place behind the two Freeburg runners as we move right along into heat number 3. Yeah, so four non-starters in that heat. All right, so heat 3. We'll see how our attrition rate is here. In lane 1, we have Cerrone Mitchell of Eisenhower. Lane 2 is Adrian Gares of Civic Memorial. Will Slaznik of Collinsville is supposed to be in lane 3, but don't see him out there. Lane 4 is Vedant Patel of Springfield. Nick Phoebus of Rochester in 5. Krishan Stowers of Southeast in 6, although I don't know if he's out there. And then 2 Tri-Knights out in 7 and 8, Cody Bagwell and Brandon Newcomb.
What happened to the breeze?
Kind of disappeared.
It did. That American flag is just laying limp on that pole now. See some of the canopies popped up outside the door here are kind of moving a little bit.
Richland County still hold on to the team lead. Collinsville, as of right now, find themselves in a tie for 13th. 23 teams have scored at least 1 point in the team category so far. It's the 37 initially represented here.
Yeah, our guy down there for Collinsville has the number 3 on his shorts, but he's not lining up.
Maybe he's waiting for somebody to bring blocks. He's out there.
Yeah, he's out there.
Maybe he's...
Either that or he got moved on to the next heat.
Well, I don't think they would do that. Unless I don't know. This one has been... no, he's listed as a non-starter. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This is
well, right now he looks like he's hanging out with the trash can, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's feeling a bit under the weather.
Yeah.
We wish him all the best. It's
Brown, please report to the high jump. Amir Brown, please report back to the high jump.
Yeah, the high jump has not been entered here either.
Well, we've got half of the events scored, 9 out of 18, and still some competitive battles here throughout.
That heat already ran. Talking about Brody in lane 5. Yeah, they're mixed there. They're mixing everything up down there.
Yeah, it was like everybody we're going through is run already.
Yeah.
We consolidated down. Okay, I'm not sure what the
And everybody's kind of picked up and moved their stuff off the track, and right now there's only 2 runners left out there.
Yeah, I don't know what. We ran the first 2 heats, so it was fine. I don't understand what the issue is.
Well, now the even all the referees and the guys with the orange sleeves that holds the gun, they're back over at the little trailer, so Seems to be a little bit of a delay, so I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and just take a commercial break now because it appears that this is not going to happen anytime soon. So we'll be back here in just a moment on the Kahok Sports Network.
Old Herald Brewery and Distillery in Collinsville produces their own spirits and beer on site right at the restaurant. Pair that with some of the most unique menu items around the entire metro area, and you can see why they are such a hit. They can handle you and your family, or they can handle you and your group. Throw in the occasional live entertainment, and you can see why Old Herald Brewery and Distillery is a must-stop destination in Collinsville. Old Herald Brewery and Distillery, 115 East Clay Street in Collinsville, 618-855-8027, or online at oldheraldbrewing.com. Just because we're adults doesn't mean we don't have toys, am I right? If your adult toys consist of boats, campers, or RVs, then you need to call the GASA storage team of professionals. Winter weather in the Midwest can be quite harsh, and finding a place to properly store those expensive toys for winter can be just as rough as a Midwest winter. That's where the GASA storage team comes in, with outdoor self-storage and covered storage for your toys. They even have tractor-trailer parking, conveniently located at Horseshoe Lake Road and 111 in Pontoon Beach. GASA Storage, for the safe storage of all of your toys. Contact the GASA Storage Team, gasastorage@gmail.com, or call today, GASA Storage Team, 618-797-6100.
It's probably the largest purchase you'll ever make. We have 5 agents on our team.
We cover about an hour radius around St. Louis.
We grew up here. We know every back of our hands.
Our job as realtors is helping someone find their dream home, whether it's a family or an individual. We just want to do everything that we can to keep the process as simple and as stress-free as possible for you.
The Blaylock Group, the official realtors of the Kahok Sports Network and Kahok Athletics. Todd Duke here, proud member of the Collinsville Educational Assistance Association. Whether you call us teachers' aides, paraprofessionals, or educational assistants, it all comes down to one thing: taking care of students. More importantly, your student. Yes, we are there for the teachers, and we help them in any way possible. But our goals are in line with our teachers, in that we want to see our students succeed at not only being a student, but well beyond that as we ready them for the world outside of the classroom. We are Union Strong. We are Kahok Strong. We strive to help students reach their potential. We are the Collinsville Educational Assistance Association. Go Kahawks!
Once again, we welcome you back here to Kahok Stadium. Todd Duke and Zach Roseman along with you, trying to get things settled here in heat number 3 of this 400-meter run, but looks like we're still in a bit of a delay.
Yeah, it was like nothing has changed in regards to what we've got on our system for timing. It's
Guns in the air.
all right. Looks like we're good to go, mostly.
Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Well, looks like
I'm used to seeing the guys with the orange sleeves holding the gun up in the air.
all right. We got looks like we got everybody ready here.
Looks like our guy is going without a starting block, Will Slasnick.
Yeah, just gonna run. I guess there's nothing saying that you can't, right?
No, I guess not.
As long as you don't false start.
Well, now they're going to hold up again.
As I'm gonna bring a set of blocks out. Is that what we're waiting on?
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh,
Was that lane 7?
lane 6?
6?
Well, that would be Southeast runner.
Yeah.
Stowers.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right. That's All right. This is Well, we
Unexpected delay.
Yeah. Well, I guess we jinxed it. We said things were
Yeah.
moving along nice and quickly. Now we've had a bit of a hold up here as we try and hack everything out. But look. It looks like they're getting towards the end of triple jump.
Sounds like it.
Get those scores in.
Could we please get the last flight of the triple jump to report? Last flight of the triple jump. Thank you.
Chad Burgess putting on his PA announcer hat.
You could have did it, Claire. Start you on a new business. You could have done
Yeah. Budding PA announcer.
Maybe.
PA announcer in the making.
Where's? I was like, should have recalled Josh from Discus.
Yeah.
All right.
Guess Sopiers had to go take a break.
Use the facilities. Who
Yeah,
knows?
probably.
Long day for everybody here.
Oh, yeah. You got to find a time to
Do what you
use
need
the
to.
facilities.
Yeah.
Got to find a time to shove some food down the throat.
Yeah, you gotta find time to do what you need to do, and we're not even competing in the events.
I could have played about 12 more commercials here by the time we get this thing going on.
What are we waiting for now?
I don't have any idea.
Oh, this is. I was like, the runners are waiting. I'm sure this is probably kind of. I mean, not that I would know, but I feel like as a runner, I was like, okay, we went through all this hassle. We thought it was the one heat, and then it's this heat. Now we're all standing around out here. I mean, obviously, you want to make sure everything's squared away and right, but for the delay's got to be kind of, I guess, aggravating.
It's a beautiful outside for us that are just standing here talking. It's probably a little warm down there on that track.
Yeah.
Breeze has picked back up again.
All right, here we go. Got everybody.
Well, we're going down set again. Let's see if we can actually get this thing off.
All right. We good? Guns in the air. Runners are set. We ready? There we go.
There we go.
All right. We are underway. Finally.
Looks like we got all 8 runners out there.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the delay helped everybody get situated where they need to be as we make our way along here. Looks like lower flights of the pole vault still going. We runners here in this heat of the 400 make their way into the turn. Looks like a push coming up here in the middle from
we think Triad from the outside.
Red.
In the lead right now. We got lanes 4 and 5.
Springfield and
Rochester.
Rochester.
Looks like Rochester is going to pull out front here, but 2 runners from Triad coming up on the outside.
And it looks like
Rochester there with Nick Phoebus is going to come in first.
All right.
With a 54.73.
PR for the freshman. And he moves into the provisional lead.
Yes, he does.
All right. So we move on to lane 4.
Heat number 4. Are we going to share with all these guys are going to be running in this or what?
All right. Well, I'll go with what I've got here. All right. Lane 1. We have Jalen Jackson of Centralia. Looks like he's out there. Lane 2 is Carter Schenk of Quincy. Looks like he's out there. Lane 3.
Looks empty right now.
Supposed to be Dion Watkins of Southeast, but doesn't look like he's there. Lane 4 is Walker Naert of Highland. Lane 5 is Andre Nava of First Baptist Academy. Lane 6 is Trenton Klutz of Granite City. Isaac Alexander of Springfield in lane 7. And Brody Moon of the Quincy Blue Devils is out there in lane 8. So
yeah, it looks like we're just missing lane 3.
All right. Troy McLean second in 2A or 3A and looking to see if he can break his own meet record from last year. Once we get through to I guess heat 7 be the final one.
Could be.
All right. I'd like to thank you all for bearing with us through the little bit of a delay there. Kind of waiting here, and then we'll have the 300-meter hurdles, 4 heats for that, as we are about ready to get things going, I would think here, right?
Well, guns in the air.
All right. We're getting set. Runners are set. And we're off. Looks like a pretty good run from the runner in lane 5 or 6, making his way in through the middle.
Yeah, right now Quincy on the outside lane has got the lead, but that looks like it might disappear here real soon.
Yep. Making our way through here into the final 100 meters. Walker Narrative Highland has moved into the lead.
Walker Narrative Highland out front.
And
Being challenged there by Andre Neva. Coming in from O'Fallon. Looks like he's going to take over and win this thing.
First Baptist Academy with another heat win.
Yeah.
All right.
53.67. So he takes the lead in this 400-meter race before we head over to heat number 5.
All right, heat 5. Heat 5. All right, lane 1. So we are scheduled is Clayton Zettler of Glenwood. Lane 2 will be his teammate, Alfonso Burrow. Lane 3, Jack Patty of Edwardsville. Michael Vogel of Jersey in 4. Mark Samuels of East St. Louis in lane 5. Will Rakers, one or the other. Father McGivney in lane 6. Charlie Hool of Edwardsville in 7. And Parker Seifert of Rochester in lane 8.
I think it's Rockers in Clinton County.
Yeah.
Everywhere else it's Rakers.
Yeah, I was like, I know in Highland it's Rakers. In
Yeah.
Clinton County it's Rockers.
Yeah.
So given that it's not Clinton County, we'll say Rakers. Looks like we've got all 8 guys for this heat. This is nice.
Looks like it.
All right.
Still waiting for 4 of the 6 events in the field category to become results. Everything's still going on right now. High jump, pole vault, triple jump, and discus.
It looks like we're getting towards the end of proceedings in the pole vault and high jump.
Yeah. I think high jump is on a little bit of a hold right now because of all these heats in this 400.
Yeah. So we're underway here in this heat. Looks like a pretty good run from Mr. Samuels there in the middle lane. Now we'll slow off a little. See what happens as we hit the turn here.
Bunched up neck and neck around the outside lanes.
Nice run there on the inside from the Glenwood runner. Zettler.
Yeah, Zettler's got the inside track now on the inside lane. And it looks like he's going to have a pretty comfortable win here in this one. Getting a little pressure late there from Rakers of Glen Carbon, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be Clayton Zettler of Glenwood High School who will win this one with a time of 52 seconds even.
Glenwood, 52 seconds flat.
Flat.
Yeah, 52 flat.
He is your new leader.
All right.
Still got a couple more heats left to go, we think.
Yeah, lane, all right, so heat 6. All right, let's see what we got here. We've got Makari Roper of Carbondale in lane 1. Lane 2 appears to be vacant. Lane 3 is Dwayne King, another Carbondale Terrier. Evan Dial of Benton in lane 4. Felipe Gonsalves of Richland County in 5. Jamez Spears of East St. Louis in 6. Ryan Biffer, Jabot Catholic Hawk in 7. And a Collinsville representative as DeAndre Brown is out there in lane 8.
Yeah, his best so far this year, 52.76 in this event. Then you get into some of these other heats, man, and you got guys that are finishing in like 43 seconds, 42 seconds, 39 seconds.
That's that ain't right. 48, 49 is.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So I don't know what these ones that are mislabeled Heat 5 and Heat 6.
Those are.
Is that part of this? It
yeah,
is.
yeah. I was like, maybe that's the hurdles.
Yeah, that's the hurdle. So.
Okay.
So we're gonna have 2 heats left. This one and then the next one, and then this 400 meters will be over. It's a little confusing without the line separating things.
All right.
We're underway.
All right.
We're into the 6th heat of the 400-meter dash.
Looks like Mr. Spears from East St. Louis out to a good start. Able to push into the lead. Pretty good run there from Gonsalves of Richland County, making his way into the near turn here.
Kahok's DeAndre Brown is in 3rd as of right now, but he's about ready to end up in 4th. Maybe even farther than that as somebody coming up here from lane number 3.
And that is the
Dwayne King of Carbondale.
Gonsalves will push into the lead. And will push across for the win here in a time of a little over 50 seconds, I would think.
50.31.
All right, that'll push him into the lead.
Well, we got this final heat coming up, though, and that is where you have 4 runners that are ranked in the top 10 in their respective classes. Corian Rayford, ranked number 7 in Class 2A. Troy McLean, of course, the record holder here. Number 2 in 3A. Jalen Pennington, ranked number 2 in 2A. And Noah Felt, ranked number 8 in 2A. All of those guys are 3, 4, 5, and 6 runners that'll be in the middle. On the outside, you have Antonio Dean of Granite City in lane 1 and Dalen Donaldson in lane 2 from Belleville East. And then on the outside, you have Robert Williams of Mascoutah in lane 7 and Jamal Burgess Jr. of East Alton Wood River in lane 8.
Yeah, it looks like Mr. Dean is not there. Don't see any other holes.
All right, so no Dean. Okay. So we do have another heat coming up after this. It was originally scheduled for 8, and it got out of whack a little bit. This was supposed to be heat number 8, but it's turned into heat number 7, so I guess we are going to have a heat number 8.
Yeah, we'll
you have that on your phone. I'll let you I'll let you rattle off all that stuff.
We'll figure it out once we get everything squared away here. It still says just heat 7 of 7. Looks like all of our participants are right, so I'll trust them to update whatever they need to do here. And
looks like Antonio Dean showed up in lane number 1, though.
Oh, there he is. Just maybe a little late getting out there. Okay.
He's being talked to by the one of the officials. He was emphatic in whatever he was discussing. Guns in the air.
I'm set. Here we go.
Heat 7 of the 400-meter dash.
Obviously, you're looking for the gentleman in the maroon in the middle, Mr. McLean, but certainly could be other people who can make a push. But looks like he's off to a pretty good start here, as he'll have the benefit of the.
They're bunched up coming around that 3rd turn, though.
He's the farthest inside, so he'll have the benefit of the shortest path to travel. Not too much of an advantage, though. Making our way here into the final 100 meters. Looks like Felt of Mascoutah making a push.
From Belleville West. Dalen Donaldson inside.
Yeah, McLean. Mascoutah coming up on the outside. Looks like it's going to be Troy McLean again.
And, well, did he break his own meet record?
48.08.
No.
No, he did not.
But back-to-back champion.
Yeah.
.08 seconds. Dalen Donaldson from Belleville East.
Well, we do have one more heat to go apparently, so it's not over yet.
Well, yeah, we'll
Noah Felt from Escuda in third.
figure this out here.
Is these the original 3 that was supposed to be in heat 1? Because there's only 3 of them out there.
Okay. Well, wait. I'm not seeing. It's supposed to be Waterloo, Lanphier, and O'Fallon. I see Waterloo.
Due to previous lane assignments, we will have one additional heat of the 400-meter dash.
So I'm not entirely sure who this all is. See the Waterloo guy, and then lane 2. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm not sure what this is.
Yeah, I thought about bringing my binoculars and totally forgot this morning when I woke up.
All right, well,
Hurdle crew.
So the 300-meter hurdles are coming up next after this final heat.
400.
In the 400, we're still not sure who's actually running in this heat.
well, I guess we'll have.
But there's only 3 out there.
I guess the Waterloo guy is Ian Shirley, and then I'm not quite sure who the other 2 are. We'll have to figure this out.
Well, they have a time of 48.08 to beat, so good luck to them.
Yep, we'll see what sort of mark we're able to put down here.
Your guess is as good as mine down there, Soap.
All right. Well, we got a Waterloo runner, Belleville East runner maybe, and then
We'll figure it out when they get around this 4th turnover here. We'll be able to see those uniforms.
yeah.
Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a break between this and the hurdles because they haven't even started setting up the hurdles yet.
Well, you really can't do too much.
No.
As
Well, lane 5, you could have at least set up the first row there.
the Waterloo runner, Father McGivney runner, and so the Waterloo runner will come in and pick up the win.
We'll get some names up here now, won't we?
I don't know. I don't know if that's Ian Shirley or not. Well,
normally by now they'd already have stuff up there.
what on earth?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. We're gonna give the win to McLean, I guess.
Yeah, they haven't even put up anything on the board here on the infield.
Yeah, I was like, I don't.
Usually as soon as the guy crosses the finish line, it's maybe 5 seconds later that all the things are posted, but they're not posting anything right now.
Well, let's see how everything gets compiled here. Is nothing new on the still looking to finish things up here in high jump and pole vault.
Well, I'm going to guess that whoever finished that race in first place in that final heat did not break 48.08. Yeah, we're already moving along. So while they're setting up the hurdles, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here in just a moment on the Kahok Sports Network.
The Old Herald Brewery and Distillery in Collinsville presents the Sports Page Lounge. Come check out Collinsville's newest destination for your sports viewing pleasure. The Sports Page Lounge features a 14-foot, 9-screen video wall with games across the spectrum, from college football and basketball to the NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, and NBA. Pair that with tastefully crafted libations from the Old Herald Brewery and Distillery, and you have the perfect atmosphere for your sports viewing pleasure. The Sports Page Lounge, next to the Old Herald Brewery and Distillery at 115 Clay Street in Collinsville. Call 618-855-8027 for more information. The Sports Page Lounge, a new experience for sports Loversville. Keep your ride shiny and clean with Extreme Details Vehicle Detailing in Collinsville. Owner Jay Merkel and his crew at Extreme Details believe in the value of community and in helping their community hold the value of their vehicles with a sharp-looking, clean ride that you and your community can be proud of. Extreme Details can handle any job, whether you drive a small car, an SUV, or even a bus or RV. No job is too big or too small at Extreme Details. Extreme Details offers scratch and oxidation removal, no matter what you drive: cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats, and more. Plus, Extreme Details can handle fleet vehicles for you and your company. Call Jay and the gang at Extreme Details at 618-977-1224. Check for periodic specials on the Extreme Details Facebook page. Put the shine in your ride with Extreme Details, 618-977-1224. Lottie's Cafe, Collinsville's hidden gem. Lottie's Cafe offers food, cocktails, and gaming in a great atmosphere highlighted by fast and friendly service. Lottie's Cafe also offers a unique menu that features soups and salads, sandwiches and paninis, pizza and flatbreads, appetizers and desserts, as well as breakfast. That's right, we said breakfast. Unique breakfast items such as a breakfast stromboli, a breakfast BLT, and breakfast burritos. Lottie's also offers creative cocktails, a wine bar, the coldest beer around, and a video gaming area for those 21 and older. And don't forget the Lottie's Cafe gift certificates. Lottie's Cafe, Collinsville's hidden gem. Check them out online at lottiescafe.com, on Facebook, or in person in the Strip next to the Walmart Neighborhood Market. Or call Lottie's Cafe at 618-223-8256. Lottie's Cafe, Collinsville's hidden gem. Lakeside Roofing in Collinsville. Let the professionals at Lakeside Roofing protect your most important investment, your home or business. Have the elements taken a toll on your roof system? Notice a leaking roof? Maybe it's time for a free roof inspection. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your roofing system by 10 years or more. Lakeside Roofing is your winning team for commercial and residential roofing systems. Lakeside All-Star professionals have installed, repaired, and maintained hundreds of roofs on both sides of the river. Call Lakeside Roofing today at 618-344-2800 in Collinsville or 314-241-5253 or online at lakesideroofing.com. Choose experience, choose Lakeside.
First National Bank of Waterloo, with over 100 years serving the Metro East. Visit First National Bank of Waterloo at their Maryville and Collinsville locations, and now in Marissa, St. Laborie, and New Athens for all of your banking, mortgage, and lending needs with super low closing costs and low construction loan rates. When you need a loan, call the Collinsville team at First National Bank of Waterloo at 618-345-1121 or visit their Maryville or Collinsville locations or online at fnbwaterloo.bank. Visit First National Bank of Waterloo, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Mike's Automotive in Collinsville is a T3 certified tire dealer and so much more. Sure, Mike's Automotive has tires. They can also help with making sure your entire vehicle is road ready, from belts and hoses to preventative maintenance like oil changes and tire rotation. Plus a lot more than that. Mike's Automotive has 3 locations to choose from. Mike's Automotive in St. Louis and Millstadt, and Mike's Automotive in Collinsville at 1150 St. Louis Road, just blocks from the high school. Or call Mike's Automotive at 618-345-0611. Mike's Automotive in Collinsville.
Once again, we welcome you back here to Kahok Stadium and the 26th edition of this Kahok Track and Field Invitational. Todd Duke is my name. Zach Roseman on the camera and the other microphone. We moved on to the 300-meter hurdles, and the guy to watch out for so far, ranked in the top 10 as the best so far in Illinois, is Dalen Donaldson. Turned in a time of 38.15 seconds. He's from Belleville East. He did that on May the 2nd at the Triad Night Invitational, and we are underway here in heat number 1, and looks like we had 4 scheduled, but I only see 3 out there.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be Naimir Dawson of Eisenhower, Isaiah Aziz of Lanphier, Gerald Comer of Southeast, and Aiden Perry of First Baptist Academy. Not sure who we've got missing, but it looks like our Lanphier representative is out to a nice, comfortable lead here.
Yeah, Isaiah Aziz, the freshman, personal best of 50.51. And he's got 1 more hurdle, and then he falls down.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well, as First Baptist Academy's Aiden Perry will
take advantage of the miscue there.
Mm.
Hate to see those kind of things happen. 50.48.
From the sophomore.
Of the 300-meter hurdles.
All right.
Make our final call for the 1600-meter run. And first
Heat
call.
number 2 coming up. And it looks like we'll have a full 8 participants. Now they're starting over in the far corner over by the American flag. I don't know if you can see the 2 tents over there, one belonging to Collinsville and one belonging to Benton, but that's the starting area over there. You will have in lane 1 Xander Hammonds from Benton. From Quincy, Clayton McClellan. Hugo Hunter of Rochester in lane 3. Napoleon Nixon of Highland in lane 4. Jace Burns of East Alton Wood River in lane 5. Cooper Parent from O'Fallon High School in lane 6. Collinsville's Connor Sinks in lane 7. And Sean Kissel of Glenwood High School in lane 8. This is 6 heats scheduled here in this 300-meter hurdle. And then after that, we'll move along to the 1,600-meter race. This was Trey Patterson's race, wasn't it?
Yeah, Peterson was.
Yeah, Peterson. Yeah,
it was an 8 middle distance, 8 and 16.
What did I say, Patterson?
Yeah,
it happens.
Well, it's the name. Call a lot of names once they're gone. You only think about them so much anymore, right?
Yeah.
Now playing soccer at McKendree, I believe, is Trey.
Yeah. And we are off. Heat number 2 here of this 300-meter hurdle.
Looks like we've got 2 vacancies.
Yep, we do.
300-meter hurdles.
Looks like Connor Sinks out there doing okay for himself for Collinsville.
Somebody just overtook him from the middle.
I got a red or orange colored jersey out here in lane 3.
And that would be Rochester.
Hugo Hunter from Rochester.
Hugo Hunter.
Xander Hammonds from Benton on the inside.
And looks like Hunter will pick up the heat win.
Hugo Hunter with a time of 45.07.
PR for the freshman.
Yeah. Shaved off almost a second. About 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, 45.88 to 45.07, a little over 3/4. All right. Move right along to heat number 3. All right. We are scheduled to have Ty Books of Civic Memorial in lane 1, Cameron Maple of Granite City in lane 2, Trayden Humphrey of Quincy in lane 3, Clayton Van Fossen of Highland in lane 4, another Collinsville representative, Daniel Gutierrez Trejo in lane 5, Quentin Campbell of Granite City in 6, Jester Zepeda of Benton in lane 7, and Jalen LaFrance of Triad in lane number 8 for this second heat of a scheduled 6. Or third heat, excuse me, of a scheduled 6 in this 300-meter hurdles. Runners are down, guns in the air, and we are off. Making their way here into the turn. And out to a pretty comfortable lead is the gentleman in lane 6. That is Campbell of Granite City. Apologies for the poor camera work as he makes his way out through as Ty Books of CM looks to make a push. And this could wind up being a pretty even heat, but looks like Mr. Campbell able to pick up the heat victory time of 43.13. We move right along to heat number 4. Here, once we get everything squared away. All right, for heat number 4. We've got Chase Winters of East Alton Wood River in lane 1. Cannon Geiler of Triad in lane 2. DeQuarion Ross of Carbondale in lane 3. Jaden Smith of Centralia in 4. Dylan Howard of Carbondale in 5. Brandon Houston of Edwardsville in 6. Camry Sales of Southeast in 7. And Anthony Sylvia of Muscuda in lane 8. Looks like we've got pretty close to a full complement, it appears. And we're off. Looks like a pretty good break there from Houston of Edwardsville. Making his way through the turn now. Making his way down the stretch. And Carbondale runner now into the lead, but Houston still making a push. Should be pretty even here. As making their way into the final jump, and Houston will pick up the victory. A mark of 42.35. Will move him into the lead.
Who won Heat 3?
Heat 3 was won by Quentin Campbell of Granite City. 43.13 for Mr. Campbell, and a 42.35 from Mr. Houston.
So right now, Mr. Houston has the best finish.
Yep.
And we have 2 more heats to go.
Yep. Moving on into heat number 5 here. Get the rundown here on this one here in just a moment. Getting ready to go here. It'll be Ryan Kirby of Richland County in lane 1. Wyatt Hansel of Waterloo in 2. DeAnthony Brown of Springfield in 3. Christopher Little of O'Fallon in 4. Cameron Parson, another Springfield Senator, in 5. Kevin Brown of Belleville West in 6. Elias Homeyer of Glenwood in 7. And Ryder Spretz of Rochester in 8. Runners are ready for the most part. Looks like we're just about squared away here.
Only 3 more events left after this. 1600, 200, and the 4x4 relay.
Yeah.
As far as the track events are concerned.
Looks like we can think the field events be pretty close to done here.
You would think, but right now the only results I have are for the ones that we already know about, which would be the long jump and the shot put. Everything else is still going on. It's usually the case.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, the triple jump is always the last one to finish up.
Or discus, if they're slow in getting it input. Anyway, moving our way through here. As a hurdle goes careening. As a runner got a bit tangled up there. Looks like Springfield High making a pretty good run here from the gentleman in lane 3.
DeAnthony Brown.
DeAnthony Brown. Looks like his teammate will look to make a push for second.
Brown will win this one pretty handily.
Yep, clear it over and come across with a mark of
41 even.
All right.
That's the new time to beat, but coming up here in this final heat, you got a couple of ranked guys, both of them in Class 2A, Reginald Griffin, number 10 in 2A, and Nigel Gooden, number 8 in 2A, and they're going to be right next to each other in lanes 3 and 4. Griffin in 3 and Gooden in 4. In lane 1, Darian Bradley from East St. Louis, Caden Wilson in lane 2 from Edwardsville. Told you about the 2 Cahokia teammates next to each other in lanes 3 and 4. Jalen Cole of Belleville West in lane 5. Michael Mavick from Community High School out of Normal in lane 6. Tyreek Baker of East St. Louis in lane 7, and Evan Carr of Mascoutah in lane 8.
See the East St. Louis runner anyway. Bright orange and blue, nice and easy to pick out.
Got a little overcast here all of a sudden.
Yeah, nothing.
A little filtered sunshine.
Yeah, I'm sure that don't think the athletes will mind that too much.
No, I don't mind too much either. It helps my eyes out, man. Going from brightness out there to darkness inside the press box kind of messes with the eyes a little bit.
Yeah.
Setting up here this morning was kind of a pain because the sunshine was shining right in the front of the press box, and when you're trying to look at a laptop screen, it doesn't really work out so well. Thought about running down to my car and getting an umbrella just to put it up here in front of the window to block out the sun for a little bit so I could set everything up. This Kahok Stadium gets a lot of action during this event. In the stands, on the track, on the infield. Everywhere you look, there are people.
Yep, a lot of them moving around for one thing or another. Decent number of spectators on hand.
Oh,
here.
yeah. Always gets a nice crowd. Yeah. Hopefully some of these kids will start policing up their water bottles out there, man. They're scattered all over the place.
Yeah, gotta stay hydrated.
Oh, yeah.
Warm enough that we've seen a couple of we've seen a cramp, so certainly can happen. And that's the last thing you want as we are underway here with this 6th and final heat.
Final heat of the 300-meter hurdles.
Jalen Cole of Belleville West off to an all right start. As maybe see Cahokia Blue making a push towards the front as down goes.
Yeah, I believe that was Evan Carr from Mascoutah.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be one Comanche.
Two Cahokias.
Yep, one Comanche or another.
Right now, it looks like Nigel Gooden is going to take over and win this thing. Oh, he trips up a little bit as he comes across the finish line.
Did he?
So that's neck and neck between him and his teammate.
Well, I would say push out there from, well, hold on here.
Reginald Griffin might have came across first.
I was a little more thinking maybe Mavic.
I don't know. Taking a minute to get these posted up here. Well, a little delay here will help the hurdle crew get the hurdles off before we move on to the 1600.
Confirmation here from that last heat of the 300-meter hurdles.
Nigel Gooden.
Good, yeah, 39.50.
All right. So Cahokia 1-2.
Yep.
Which I guess we kind of figured it would be coming in.
Yeah, Reginald Griffin. What? Wait a minute.
As of right now.
Griffin they had up there with a 39. Okay, so he was just 7/100ths of a second behind his teammate. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, 1600 meter. We only have one in the top 10 as far as the state of Illinois is concerned in this event. And that was from Class 2A. Civic Memorial's Max Weber finished with a time of 4 minutes, 22.26 seconds. That was at the Triad Night Invitational back on May the 2nd.
3 heats.
3 heats in this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And Weber will be running in Heat 3. We have Gabriel McLean, who is ranked number 2 in Class 2A. He'll be in that heat as well.
All right. We'll run through.
Weber is ranked 9th in Class 2A in this event.
All right. We'll run through everybody here in this first heat. We've got Caden Meyer of Triad, Brody Curtis of Columbia, Caden Lamb of Centralia, Isaiah Simpson-Colmer of East Alton Wood River, Michael Porter of Eisenhower, Aiden Schmidt of Father McGivney, Zach Zemer of Normal Community, Nick Holdner of Jabot Catholic in Waterloo, Eric Mosley of Mascoutah, Hayden Burns of Carbondale, Jude Hayes of Rochester, Kevin Arnold of Southeast, Caden Blades of Benton, David Depper of Lanphier, Aaron Blau of First Baptist Academy, Tyqueris Holder of Lanphier, LeBron Reed of East Alton Wood River, and Drew Kochnarkiewicz of Freeburg.
I'm glad you did that last name. I wouldn't be able to.
Rounding out your 18-man field for this first heat of the 1,600 meters.
Meet record. Sorry, 11 years ago.
4:07:51.
Patrick Perrier or Perrier.
Of O'Fallon.
Perrier is the name of the drink, I don't know, so could be.
Yeah.
All right, this was going to take a little bit of time, at least 4 to 5 minutes, depending on what heat, probably 5 minutes in this one.
Metric mile.
Metric mile.
We have our first heat of the 1,600-meter run on the track.
Still doing the pole vault out there, still doing the high jump over here to our right.
Looks like triple jumps about
Well,
done.
they got a long line of guys waiting in line over there in front of the pole vault thing, in between the bleachers and the shed.
I see now. Okay.
Yeah. Slowly but surely winding down. 1,600 meters. Got the 3 heats, and then we'll move on to the 200-meter race. That's the one that everybody looks forward to. And then the 4x4 relay.
Out to the early lead, Kevin Arnold of Southeast and Caden Blades of Benton through the first lap, about 1:10. So 4:40 pace if they can hold it. Of course, holding it's the hard part.
We have 7 heats in the 200 meters.
Those don't take too long, though. No hurdles to mess with, and only about 24 seconds or so.
Yep, and then we got 4 heats in the 4x400. And then we will be done here at the track part of things anyway.
We'll probably have final confirmation coming up here fairly soon, I would hope, anyway. Wouldn't be a ton that we can bring to you if we're waiting around for stuff to finish, especially if it's discus or something that we can't show you at all.
Yeah.
Triple jump or something like that we could make work if we had to.
Yeah, we'll take a break here at the end of the festivities on the track and do the little post-game recap. And when we come back, and if there are still a couple of things that need to be figured out, well, we'll just go ahead and shut things down here, and we'll post the results on the Kahok Sports Network's Facebook page.
All right. Come around to the halfway point at a time of about 2:29, 2:30 or so. As the runners make their way through the south turn here at Kahok Stadium.
Kevin Arnold in first place right now of Springfield Southeast, a freshman.
Looks like we've got a bit of a push coming up from the rest of the field here.
Oh, yeah.
Make their way down the backstretch here this third lap. Getting towards the end of the year already. It's beginning of the end of year, 15 now for you?
Yes.
Year 15 for you, which is probably year 7 or 8 now of me helping you out in one form or another. As into the lead moves.
Looks like that is Brody.
Yeah, Brody Curtis.
Yeah, of Columbia.
Not too many representatives from the Eagles so far, but seems like the Eagles always have solid enough distance runners. Remember, Ethan Hogan had quite a bit of successes. That Coach Burgess down there ringing the bell?
Could be.
No, I don't.
No, that's not him.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
High jump still going on down there as these guys are rounding that area, and they have to hold up a little bit. Yeah. You tell them. Clean up your mess.
Yeah.
There is litter all over the place out there.
Well, I'm sure it'll get cleaned up.
I'm sure it will.
Well enough, hopefully. Don't want to leave the custodial staff here at Collinsville or whoever too much work here as Mr. Curtis looks to make his way through and pick up the victory here in the heat. Get some motivation from his coach down there. Has a run on there from the Benton runner. But it looks like Mr. Curtis will come through and pick up the win here in this heat.
Looks like it, under 5 minutes, too. His previous high was 5 minutes, 2.4 seconds. Now he's at 4:57.49.
Yes. All right. Well,
Still got a couple of guys coming up the rear here. And we'll move on to heat number 2. Collinsville has a runner in heat number 2.
Chase Cummins?
Yep.
Figured so.
That would be the only Collinsville runner in this 1600. Chase Cummins, a sophomore whose personal best was just 1 second less than the guy who just won this first heat. 4:56.05 for Chase.
And in the first heat of the 1600 meter, that was Brody Curtis in Columbia. Aiden Blades of Benton and Eric Moses.
All right, we'll run down through the personnel here. So we've got everything squared away now. Well, once we get everything set up here.
Second call, 200 meter run. And let's go ahead and make our
All
first
right.
call.
All right, heat number 2. I guess we'll go through it now. We've got Jordan Green of Springfield High, Owen Triplett of Quincy, Anthony Tillman of Belleville West, Charles Ray of Quincy, 2 Highland Bulldogs next, Aiden Roach and Caleb Knobloch, Liam Gilbert of Waterloo. That Gilbert name, there's a possibility that his mom was my first grade teacher. Jonathan Smith of Belleville West, Liam Baving of Father McGivney, Ethan Richards of Eisenhower, the aforementioned Chase Cummins of Collinsville, Elijah Bayer of O'Fallon, Kevin Benega of Southeast, Jackson Schubert of Mascoutah, Henry Kohlenberger of First Baptist Academy, who, reminder, won his heat in the 3200, and Clayson Miranda of Granite City. Looks like we have 2 non-starters, so 16 runners here for this one.
Wasn't it scheduled for 16?
18.
No, did you have to flip over the page?
No.
No, 16. On your mark.
Well, I don't know. They got 16 on here, so we'll figure it out. We are underway here.
On to the second heat.
Second heat of the 1600 meters. 1 heat left to go.
Is that Cummins out? No. Thought that was maybe Chase Cummins out to the lead, but he's back towards the back.
Just got word that Devin Habermehl just broke the school record in the discus.
Nice.
All right, school record broken by, and from what I remember, that's a pretty old school record for Devin to break.
New school record.
We'll verify that here in a moment.
Yeah, I don't think I have any school record sheets. Habermill was at 55.72 feet.
Meters. 182 feet 9 inches.
Yeah.
Which puts him in second behind one Yosei Epinesa.
Yep. Epinesa 183.04 as far as the feet go.
183.04.
55.9 meters. Habermill's was 55.72.
Yeah, Yosei not quite able to match what Big Brother was able to do here. I believe mark was 2:03.11 before it was broken by Jordan Johnson of Quincy a couple years later, mark of 206 feet 1 inch, which is quite a toss for the discus. Really anything over about 175 is pretty rarefied air.
Yeah, AJ did that back in 2016. Of course, it doesn't list the meters.
No. And I think he threw about 205 or so state meet, which is the record for the state meet itself, not the actual state record. Pretty even showing here as we've got Aiden Roach and Charles Ray making a pretty good run. Another Blue Devil up there as Owen Triplett makes his way. They push through into the final 800 meters.
So new school record, they say, huh?
Yeah. Congratulations to Devin. Able to add his name to the list of strong track athletes. And add some more points to proceedings for Collinsville. Of course, another option. We'll see how Loyal Patterson's able to do in the triple jump. And, of course, we could see something, breakout performance from somebody in one of the remaining running events.
Epinesa, by the way, fouled in his following 2 throws. So right now his first throw of 55.9 meters is the high of the day.
So far?
So far. I think they have, 4 throws in that?
I think
it's 5.
I think it's 6.
Is it?
I would think it's the same as shot put. I don't know. 2 Blue Devils, Triplett and Ray, push their way across. They come into the final 400 meters. Get some motivation from their coach. Put a kick on here. Wind picks up a little bit. And it looks like the Blue Devil runner, is that Triplett or Ray? That is number 4, so Ray come through and pick up the victory here. There's that Owen Triplett. I don't know. Thought it was 4. And the winner is if it'll load. Owen Triplett, 4:37.21 from the freshman.
Second heat of the 1,600-meter run. Owen Triplett from Quincy.
So 10 seconds better than Brody Curtis in that first heat. And now we are up to the last heat. That's where we have a couple of state-ranked guys, and Gabriel McLean, ranked number 2 in Class 2A from Benton, and Max Weber, ranked number 9 in Class 2A from Civic Memorial. So McLean is in lane 1. Landon Harris of Granite City is in lane 2. The aforementioned Weber in lane 3. AJ Ince from Normal Community in lane 4. Braden Klopel from O'Fallon in lane 5. Tyler DeVilder is in lane 6 from Waterloo. Tristan Butler from Richland County's in lane 7. Jackson Amick of Edwardsville in lane 8. Drew Twyman from Triad in lane 9, I think. Cooper Whittick from Edwardsville in lane 10. Mark Razone of Freeburg is in Lane 11, Carter Simmons from Glenwood High School in lane 12. Lane 13 from Springfield High School has Kashawn Agrappa. Zion Wilkins in lane 14 from Carbondale. Will Patzia from Glenwood High School in lane 15. And Tulio Zampuri from Civic Memorial is the 16th runner.
Yeah, it looks like McLean non-starter, so look for Landon Harris, the sophomore from Granite City, to be your favorite here, and it looks like he's off to an early lead.
We were missing Drew Twyman in an earlier race, weren't we?
Yeah, I guess, he was, we thought he might run in the 3,200, but decided not to, but he's here for the 16. See what happens as the all pretty tightly bunched up here as we make our way through the first 300 meters.
Last heat before we move on to the 200. Got 7 heats in that one. Those go by pretty quick, too.
Yep. And then maybe the most grueling race of them all, the 4x4.
Yeah. That's why they save it for last.
Right.
Landon Harris from Granite City right now in the lead. Drew Twyman not too far behind. Matter of fact, he's about ready to pass him up on the inside.
And he will.
400 meters. Final call for the 200-meter dash. Final call for the 200-meter dash.
Moving pretty quickly here. Meet record 4:07.51. Not sure if we'll have anybody break off at that quick of a pace, but we'll see what we can do here. Single file, the first 6 guys. All trying to take the shortest path possible. Drew Twyman continues to hold on to his lead.
Yeah, they're pretty bunched up there, though.
Yep.
A.J. Ince in 3rd place. Looks like he's about ready to make a move on the inside. He does. And he's going to try to take over 1st place here.
Counting out split times here.
Still kind of bunched up there, aren't they?
Yeah, it's all pretty even.
Got about 6 guys before there's a little bit of separation.
Twyman looks to have moved back into the lead. Twyman or Harris, one of the two. And that is Harris, isn't it?
It is.
All right. Fallon runner making a push now up into 2nd place. That Kleppel. All pretty even here as we make our way into the final 400 meters.
Good one here. 400 meters to
Well,
go.
the bell lap coming up.
And Harris has put the kick on and is
Sure
starting
has.
to stretch the lead here.
Yeah, he's got a pretty big size lead now.
The question is, did he go too soon?
Right.
He looks okay.
For now. Still got about halfway to go before he finishes up this final lap.
Now Ince will look to make his run a bit. But Harris still holding on to his lead as he makes his way through the turn. Doesn't look like we're going to have a meet record broken, but should still be a fairly quick time.
With 100 meters to go, let's hear it, Kahok Stadium.
There is Landon Harris. Getting a little pressure from behind by A.J. Ince. All right, now Harris is raced to win here.
And he will come in and do so.
Yes, he will.
Final time. No, that's not right. Hold on. 4:19.01. a PR for the sophomore. But still 12 seconds off the meet record.
Yeah. But he will win himself a medal here.
Yeah. Pick up 10 team points for the Warriors.
And that will move us on to the second to the last event, the 200 meters. Best time turned in so far between all the schools here was Noah Felt of Mascoutah, who turned in a time of 21 and a half seconds on April the 12th at the Norm Armstrong Invite.
But he is not running.
No.
So looks like the top time is Sincere Ruffin of Edwardsville and his 21.76.
Yeah, did that at the Norm Strong Invite also.
Is that a top 10 mark in the state?
Yeah, number 7.
Number 7.
Yeah, Noah Felt was number 1. That was in 2A. 3A, Sincere Ruffin is number 7. Chris Pete in 2A has the 4th best time so far this year. Matter of fact, I think the rest of them are all Class 2A schools. Melvin Sledge of East St. Louis with the 8th best time so far this year. That was also on April the 12th, but that was not the Norm Armstrong Invite. That was the Jackie Joyner Kersey Classic.
And the JJK Al Joyner meet.
Yeah.
The East St. Louis home meet.
And then Jaden McCollum of East St. Louis had a time of 22.07 on May the 7th at the Triad Freshman Sophomore Invitational.
Doesn't look like he's running, though. All right, heat number 1 we've got scheduled for 7. We've got Terrence Lamb Caraway of Triad in lane 1, Rome Wallace of Highland in lane 2, Jaden Herron of Rochester in 3, Jack Gold of East Alton Wood River in 4, Jaden Bergner of First Baptist Academy of O'Fallon in 5, Robbie Ross of Freeburg in 6, and Alex Wilburn of Highland in 7. Take the opportunity here real quick to check the field events. Still nothing official as of yet. All right. Looks like guns in the air. About ready here, I think. And we are. Well, the big crowd around the triple jump. Not sure if they're still going or not. Looks like pole vault's pretty well wrapped up. And we're underway. First heat of the 200 meters and off to a very nice start is, that would be Robbie Ross of Freeburg. Get a little bit of pressure from lane 1, but it'll be Robbie running his way through to the finish. First time is a
23:16.
for the sophomore.
Record, as we mentioned earlier, Jamarian Stewart from Collinsville, 2019 record of 21.34.
Move right along to heat number 2 here. Got Darius Anderson of Lanphier. I think that's backwards. I don't know. Latuan Everidge or Everidge Latuan of East Alton Wood River. Luis Rivera Crowell of Springfield. Tyrus Graham of Granite City. Adrian Gares of Civic Memorial. John Saladas of Benton. Hunter Kremke of Civic Memorial, and Taj Morins of Lanphier rounding out the field for this particular heat of the 200 meters.
Pole vault is over, and the results, Edwardsville's Parker Owens.
The freshman phenomenon.
Yeah, finishes in first place, 4.61 meters or 15 feet, 1.5 inches. Robert Williams of Mascoutah came in second, and Zane Meyer of Triad came in third. Also finished up is the high jump. High jump was won by Larry Wills of Glenwood High School, 1.98 meters or 6 feet 6 inches. New Illinois number 17th record in the state of Illinois on that one. Devin Hill Lomax of Edwardsville finished in second, and Gavin Root of Richland County finished in third. And we're still waiting on the discus and the triple jump to finish up. Usually both of those are the last events to finish up.
Yep, as a quick team. Oh, well, we'll hold off on that as we're underway here with this next 200 heat.
Heat number 2.
Looks like a pretty good run here from the
John Salatis.
Benton.
Yeah. But it's going to be a close 3-man race here at the very end, and we'll have to wait and see the results because that was too close to call from up here.
Well,
looks like Zalatis may have finished in first, and he does.
23.87. But that only puts him in provisional third. Robbie Ross will hold on to the lead for a little
now.
For now.
For now.
7, 200-meter dash.
All right.
Collinsville has a participant in this 200 meters, but that's not until heat 5. Getting ready for heat number 3 now, and that will feature Marquise Lowry of Decatur Eisenhower in lane 1, Centralia's Cooper Green in lane 2, Messiah Smith in lane 3 from Mascoutah. Jabot brings out Ryan Biffer in lane 4, Drake Spetter in lane 5 from Benton. Almanzo Jackson in lane number 6 from O'Fallon. Rochester has David Cates in lane 7, and Antonio Sosmena is in lane 8 from Springfield High School. The ears are a little tender.
He said it's a while having the cans on for this long.
Yeah, they need to make these pads on here a little bit thicker so the inside does not butt up against your ear. Because it's not where the pads go that hurts, it's the part on the inside that gives a little pressure there. I know. Wah, wah, wah.
Oh. All right, here we go. Looks like we got a full complement.
Heat 3 of 7 underway.
And making their way, we got an O'Fallon runner and the Benton runner. And look at Ryan Biffer making the run. The Jabot Hawk making his way up to the front. And looks like Biffer's going to pick up the heat win. All right. All right.
24.07 his best. And better than that with a 23.31.
But that is still behind Robbie Ross.
Yeah.
It is a PR for the senior.
Heat number 4 coming up.
All right. For heat number 4, we've got Joshua Herring of Quincy in lane 1, Camden Mossman of First Baptist Academy in lane 2, DeMontez Bush of Granite City in lane 3, Hakeem Muhammad of Collinsville in lane 4, Chase Word of Freeburg in lane 5, Christian Caffey of Carbondale in lane 6, Julian Garcia of MacArthur in lane 7, and Jack Hebner of Waterloo in lane 8. See if we have any non-starters or anything like that. as the wind picks up just a little bit. Gun is in the air.
Discus is over.
All right. And no major surprises there, I would think.
Epinesa in first place. Devin Habermill in second. And Sinsnow Francis of East Moline.
Francis
Senu, okay.
And then Pamasi, the shot put
Yeah.
extraordinaire, finishes fourth. It is a PR for Devin, school record, number 4 in the state, and top 100 in the country.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's only good enough for second place.
Well, Epinesa with 55.9 meters and Habermill with 55.72. So not too far off the mark there.
Looks like a pretty good run from the Carbondale runner out here. And looks like he'll pick up the win there.
It's close on the outside there, but yeah, he does.
Heat 4, that's Christian Caffey from
Christian
Carbondale.
Caffey, 23-26. So Robbie Ross still holds on to the lead.
Sure does. Only 3 heats left, but you got that final heat that has a couple of these ranked guys in there. So we'll see. Collinsville has a participant here in this next heat. We'll run it down for you. Damon Burgess of Quincy in lane 1. Decatur MacArthur has Julian Carson in lane 2. Benjamin Alexander from O'Fallon in lane 3. Then Collinsville's McKinley Jordan in lane 4. Lucas Smith from Glenwood High School in lane 5. Edric Bramlett of Eisenhower in lane 6. Jacob Odell of Triad in lane 7. And Jersey has Cameron Judkins in lane 8 in heat number 5. Winding down here.
Yeah.
Got the 4x400 meter relay coming up last. And that one features 4 heats. And then we will be finished for the day.
Yep.
So it'll be close to getting you out of here by 3.
Yeah, close. I don't have too far to go to get to where I would like to go to, so.
Yeah, I just got a text from my wife asking what time I'll be home. I said probably around 3:30. She's like, well, that's a little later than you thought. I'm like, well, there's 37 schools, which means there's more heats, which takes a little longer. Plus we had that, what, a good 10, 12-minute delay?
Five, every bit of 5 anyway.
Yeah.
It's kind of, well, they figured it out, which, I mean, it's good that they took the time to do it.
Yeah.
But the delay is, you know, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, she's got the honey-do list waiting for me, so I'm in no hurry. First thing on my honey-do list when I get home is a nap.
Yeah, well, I got a mom-do list.
Getting up at 7:30 in the morning on my day off is, you know,
yeah,
one of those things. I only have to do it once a year. Well, I had to do it twice a year because that Prairie Farms Holiday Basketball Tournament was a Saturday-Sunday thing this year, too.
Yeah.
All right, coming down the final stretch. Tight race. All of them are really bunched together.
Looks like lane 6.
Looks like it.
Oh, we'll see. That's
Bramlett, or
yeah, looks like Edric. Basketball player, I think. From what I remember, there's a
22.71.
and that will finally surpass Robbie Ross.
Yep, sure will. So right now, 22.71 is the time to beat, with 2 more heats left to go, and we are bunched up with some teammates together in this 6th heat. Lane 1 and Lane 2 are from Cahokia, Omar Mims and Akeelan Dowell. Lane 3 is from Carbondale,
Mogalodi Kebenang.
yeah, and then Richland County in lane 4 and 5. That is Ian Panfetti in lane 4 and Rex Hollum in lane 5. And then you have Springfield Southeast in lane 6 and 7. That would be Byron Walker and Chase Turner. And then Mascouta's Jovan Puryear is in lane 8.
Coach Burgess makes his way back up to the press box.
He's probably wore out more than anyone is.
Well, yeah,
Probably more
if
than
he's
these
been,
athletes.
yeah, if he's been here since 6:30, then
Yeah.
All in all, I don't think there's been any major concerns, though, apart from the small delay, but
Yeah.
those things will happen. All in all, I feel like it's been about as efficient as these meets have been the past few years.
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
Good.
He needs to work.
Yeah, give him something to do.
Yeah. He's a junior in high school. He can handle it.
Yep.
Got a lot more energy than I do. Because I got about 40-something years on him.
Let the record state that Mr. Duke brought it up first.
I did. I am older. I don't consider myself old, but sometimes you get those looks from kids going, all right, sure thing, boomer.
Yeah, there are times where I feel old.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm really not.
I have the mind of a 20-year-old and the back of a 90-year-old.
Yeah. I have the legs of a 40-year-old. mind of a 22, 23-year-old, and the.
All right, heat number 6, underway. One more heat to go after this. Coming around this turn. And this one's going to be all pretty bunched together, too. But right now, looks like lane 2 and Dowell from Cahokia is going to end up distancing himself past everybody else, and he's going to cross that finish line in plenty of time to win that heat. And in pretty good time, too, I would imagine. 21:78.
Yeah, that'll play.
Yeah. Close to that 21:34 of Jamarian Stewart. We'll see if that gets broken here in this last heat.
15th in the state for Mr. Dowell.
We've got 3 state-ranked guys in this final heat. Number 9 in Class 2A, Melvin Sledge of East St. Louis. Number 7 in Class 3A, and Sincere Ruffin of Edwardsville. And then Chris Pete, number 4 in 2A from Waterloo. And they're all 3 in the middle lanes, 3, 4, and 5. So they'll be contending with Kai Varick Bratton of Centralia in lane 1, Clayton Lakotis in lane 2 from Edwardsville, Sledge in 3, Ruffin in 4, and Pete in 5. Marquez Bulliner of Belleville West in lane 6, Colton Ladage from Glenwood High School in lane 7, and Michael Sutton from Belleville West in lane 8, and that is the final heat of this 200-meter dash.
All right.
We'll see if anyone can break the record of Jamarian Stewart. 6 years ago, he broke that record.
Guess we would have been here for that.
Yeah.
Thank everybody for watching. It's always fun getting.
Definitely.
Always fun getting to bring people. And have lots of schools getting represented. Some of which you don't really see in anything else.
Yeah.
Because obviously you get, I think, no Alton this year, but I think most of the rest of the conference is here. And yeah, it seems like everything. You got a few.
Seems like they increase the school number every year.
Yeah, it's always, if you're
going to have 40 next year?
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll get a couple more, get a few more throwers, maybe.
All right, here we go on this final race. We'll see if any records fall by the wayside here. 3 top-ranked individuals here in the state of Illinois. And coming down the stretch, looks like Bulliner, who's not one of those top-ranked individuals, might have a word to say, but Sincere Ruffin seems to have come across first.
Well, the question is, did he do it in a quick enough time?
21:51. No, he did not.
Well, he did. Yeah, that beats Dow. Number 5 in the state.
No, I was talking about the record.
Oh, yeah. No record, but still a very good time.
Number 5,
21:51, and Sincere Ruffin will win the 200 meters.
And that will probably just about lock up the 4-peat.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the team scores.
For Edwardsville?
Yep.
Yeah. Olney was in the lead there for a while during the day.
Yeah.
But they didn't probably show very well in the field throws over there, shot put in the discus. And Of course, that will be Edwardsville's bread and butter over there.
Yeah, they went 1-2 in long jump and 3rd in high jump, but as we move along here.
Triple jump is still going on over there. 2 pits next year, Chad Burgess says, so it'll go faster next year.
All right.
Yeah. Improvements.
Lots of work being done. All right.
Yeah. 4x4 100-meter relay. That's the last event that we have for you here, and there are 4 heats.
3.
In that one, is there 3?
Yeah, I guess they've consolidated some stuff down here.
Oh, okay, because I only had 3 guys in heat number 1 eventually.
All right, heat 1, we've got Highland in lane 1, Decatur Eisenhower in lane 2, which looks vacant, possibly. Collinsville in lane 3.
Who's in 2?
It's supposed to be Decatur Eisenhower, but I don't see anybody. Collinsville in lane 3, they're there. Springfield Southeast in 4. Father McGivney in 5, Triad in 6, Quincy in 7, and Centralia in 8.
Okay. So they probably had a couple of teams drop out, and that kind of condensed things a bit.
Yeah. No complaints from us.
Nah. Best finish this year in this event is belonging to East St. Louis in Class 2A, April 29th at the St. Clair County meet of 3 minutes, 19.73 seconds.
The meet record is a 3 minute 16.8, again held by East St. Louis from back in 2006.
One of the oldest records that we have here.
Yep.
Coming up on 10 years next year, it'll be.
20.
20, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My math failed me again. Was not one of my strong points. So I don't have paper and pencil in front of me.
Yeah, it was like, the scary thing is that the freshmen of this were born in, the freshmen competing in this event were born in 2010.
Wow.
I remember 2010.
Well, so do I. I also remember 2004. That's when my daughter was born.
Well, I was alive, but I don't really remember much. I was just a toddler making my way around proceedings.
I see Devin Havermill out there in the middle of the football field that he came to dominate over the last few years.
Yeah, after all in all, a pretty solid performance. Scoring the bulk of the points for Collinsville here this year.
2nd in discus and 3rd in shot put?
I can verify that.
Or is it 4th in shot put? 4th.
Yeah, 2nd in discus, 4th in shot put.
Yep.
And then Shane Box 5th in shot put. And again, I guess the one question is triple jump, see if Loyal Patterson's able to get anything going.
That might be still going on by the time we wrap up this 4x400 meter relay in these 3 heats.
Group is getting smaller.
Yep. All right, looks like we're about ready to go over here. Gun is in the air.
And we're off.
That we are. 6 teams.
Of 3 in the 4x4.
Yeah, 6.
In our first heat, we have Highland, Collinsville, Springfield Southeast, Father McGivney, Triad, and Quincy.
Quincy in first place right now.
Quincy and Father McGivney making their way. And I guess it'll be slight advantage to the Griffins on the exchange.
Still some time to go.
Yeah.
Around on the inside there.
Yeah, you're allowed to break to the middle, and then you just can sort of consolidate down as you're waiting as the Griffins of Father McGivney continue to push forward with their lead.
Pretty sizable lead there by the Griffins.
Yeah, making their way into the backstretch now. Looks like that'll be Owen Weishert running this third leg for the Griffins.
Will Rakers bringing up the anchor leg for McGivney. Running out of gas, though, isn't he? They'll get the first handoff. Kind of a little bunched up there between second and third.
Yep.
Well, right now, this is Father McGivney's race to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Collinsville's in fifth. See why they got this kid as the anchor runner. He's got some long legs.
Yeah. Some push being made there by like Highland. Somebody.
Come on, Will, you got to go.
Somebody says.
Will looks like he's going to be all right.
As the Griffins will come across for the win. Time of
3:34.18.
What is that? Wait, that's not.
That's
No, yeah, that's believable. Okay,
That's
yeah,
a second better than their previous
yeah,
best.
3:44. Yeah, three.
That's Father McGivney. All by Highland, Quincy, and then Collinsville.
Collinsville coming pushing up into fourth in that heat.
Yeah.
We move on to heat number 2 here at East Alton Wood River in lane 1. Granite City.
This printout has them in lane 8, but
Yeah,
I think things got switched up there.
Yeah, East Alton Wood River in lane 1. Granite City in lane 2. Benton in lane 3. Waterloo in lane 4. Civic Memorial in 5. Rochester in 6. O'Fallon in 7. And Jersey in 8. The Josh Colby of Maryville Christian makes his way up here, the lone representative for the Lions, but did pretty well in the throws, as I recall. And we'll look to do pretty well, I would think, at 1A sectionals here coming up.
Yeah.
Nice short drive, but I would assume I don't know if he's in the Collinsville School District or not, but I would think since he's going to school in Maryville, he's got to live fairly close.
You would think.
We're, well, looks like no East Alton Wood River, but it looks like about everybody else is here. One and 6 are open. So no Wood River or Rochester, it looks like. We have triple jump officially done? No.
No.
Still waiting. Looks like well, this might be it. They're about finished.
Looking like it. Looks like maybe one or two runners or jumpers left. Runners, jumpers. They do run first and
Yeah,
then they jump.
I was like, it's both, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, some guys coming back, though, at the other side, so they might have a couple more to go.
Of the 4x4 100-meter relay.
A little bit of a distance between everybody out there in this particular leg.
Yeah, they'll just kind of set everything up. Waterloo pushing into 3.
5. O'Fallon in 7 and Jerseyville in 8.
So Fallon and Jerseyville make the turn.
Well, Fallon takes over.
Waterloo making a fairly solid push. As looks like Waterloo are the first to exchange.
Yeah, Waterloo got the faster exchange and kind of overtook O'Fallon there at that first exchange.
Granite City with a bit of a benefit here running on the inside. We'll see how well they're able to catch up.
Everybody moving on to the inside now. Waterloo still out front right now, but I think they're about to get taken over here.
Yeah. Granite City will look to move into the lead as we approach the final exchange.
Nope, one more after that.
One more after that. All right. Waterloo will maintain the lead.
Granite City O'Fallon.
Waterloo, Granite City, O'Fallon, and then Jerseyville and not sure who that is right together. Waterloo stretched that lead back out.
Yeah, they did. Big time out there on that back stretch.
Yeah, this kind of the middle distance is something that Waterloo do pretty well at this sort of thing. At least as the Mississippi Valley Conference goes, and this is Waterloo. So this is Chris Pete, and he's a 200 runner and just stretching it out a little bit, and you can tell he's got that runner build. Also a pretty good football player, played wide receiver for the Bulldogs. So we approach the final exchange here.
Granite City's trying to close up quick, though.
Yeah.
Waterloo, then Granite City. O'Fallon.
Fallon. Waterloo continue to hold the lead. Granite City maybe closing a little.
Yeah, right now this looks like it's Waterloo's to lose. Granite City's trying to close up ranks a little bit, getting a couple of steps closer with every stride.
Well, we'll see.
Man, Granite City's closing up, man.
Yeah, nice anchor run coming here from Quentin Campbell. See how well he's able to do against Tyler DeVilder. And DeVilder hears the footsteps, and now he puts the kick on.
Yeah, Granite City was getting closer, but Waterloo's going to pull out this win. .331.58. That gives them the lead for now as we approach this last heat. But in this last heat, we've got 3 teams that are ranked in the top 5. One of those in Class 3A is Belleville West. They're ranked number 4 in the state in this event. And then you have the 2A teams, East St. Louis number 1, Cahokia number 2.
Yeah. All right. Still waiting on triple jump.
East St. Louis is looking to break the mark held by the 2006 Flyers team. So we'll see if the team here of Melvin Sledge, Duran Sane, Darius Ivy, and DeMarcus Coleman can put themselves into the record books. Triple jump looks like it should be over.
Yeah, just get everything put in here.
Yeah, all the officials are now gone.
And Cahokia is second.
Yeah, just waiting on it to get input officially, and then this last 4x4 meet, and then we'll have everything.
Yep, we sure will.
All right.
And they're in.
All right, your triple jump winner
Is Shaman McLean of East St. Louis, 14.02 meters. Leonard Bratton of Centralia in second, and Kamari Sales of Springfield Southeast in third.
46 feet even.
A couple of personal records, but nothing as far as meet records or state records go.
Yeah, 46 feet even.
So, as soon as we finish with this last relay race, we will be finished for the day.
Yep.
It's Mascuda in lane 1, Springfield in lane 2. Belleville West in lane 3. They hold the 8th best time in the state. East St. Louis in 4, Cahokia in 5, Edwardsville in 6, and Chatham Glenwood in 7.
Okay.
Yeah, we're this is the fun one.
Should be for all the marbles here in this 4x4.
As Edwardsville have clinched up.
Did they win already?
Well, they had. No, wait. No, they're. Well, yeah, it's clinched. Yeah, Edwardsville have clinched the team title. Just a question of by how much. As looks like they're checking everything for the 200. So, but we still have this last 4x4 meet to run.
Where are the team results on this thing?
There should be something that says scores, one of the little tabs.
On this little tab over here where it looks like it says 19 on it?
Yes.
Okay. 99 points, and Cahokia is in second place with 57, so I think it's safe to say that Edwardsville has wrapped this up.
Right. We'll wait the final results. Still have some more points to assign here with the 4x4, but of course Edwardsville could win and really put it away. But we've locked up the fourth Allensville Invitational title in a row, which points to the consistency of the program, because that's not all just
well, that'll be their 9th time winning this event. Set, and we're off.
Here we go.
And here we go.
East St. Louis with a pretty good making up the break as we've
I'm gonna turn on some music in the middle of the run.
this remember we did this they did this last year for the 4x4. Coming to the first exchange. Looks like Glenwood holds the early lead.
Yeah, they do. Well, I don't think it's going to last long, though.
We'll see.
Cahokia and East St. Louis coming up in the middle lanes.
It's all going to be pretty close here. East St. Louis first to the exchange.
In Cahokia through the first exchange.
And it looks like it'll turn into a two-team race, but a nice kick coming from somebody on the inside there.
Deron Sane from East St. Louis running the second leg, and Corian Rayford for Cahokia.
That Belleville West?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Calvin Nolan pushing his way back.
Oh, boy, East St. Louis just turned on the afterburners there.
Yep.
Tell you what.
Here we go. Now
Deron
Cahokia.
Sane is flying.
Now Cahokia. Rayford.
First, it's Cahokia and East St. Louis.
Dead even.
Yeah, pretty much. So this is Darius Ivy for East St. Louis and Reginald Griffin for Cahokia, as they putting on a show coming around that far side turn over there.
East St. Louis, Cahokia.
As in Cahokia pushed their way into the lead.
This guy from Belleville West coming up along the outside.
Yeah, Braden Missy. Cahokia still hold on to the lead into the final 500 meters.
Now one more handoff to go.
Cahokia, East St. Louis, and Belleville West.
Belleville West is about to overtake East St. Louis for second place. Cahokia in first. Good handoff.
All right.
And the anchor runners, Troy McLean, Belleville West, Demarius Coleman, East St. Louis, and Jalen Pennington for Cahokia.
Well, I don't know that you want you got McLean running anchor. Look at him make up
Man,
ground.
I'm telling you what. Belleville West is going to pull the upset here and take some points away from Cahokia as they were trying to catch Edwardsville in the final standings. But between Belleville West and Cahokia, it's neck and neck coming around this final turn.
100 meters left. That's Belleville West and Cahokia.
Don't forget to run the camera.
Yep. McLean comes down the stretch, and it looks like Belleville West are going to pick up the victory. Time of
Belleville West, Cahokia, East St. Louis.
Wow.
3:17.74. Less than a second off the meet record.
Yeah. Wow.
That is quick.
Sure is. So Belleville West will win the 4x400 meter relay, and that is going to put a wraps on the 26th annual Kahok Invitational Track and Field Meet. Time for the post-game show to come your way next, brought to you by Chiropractic Works in Collinsville. And Zach and I will be back to wrap this up in just a moment on the Kahok Sports Network.
I'd like to introduce you to some incredible new technology we have available here at Chiropractic Works. The machine is known as an Invisired lipo laser machine. The Invisired machine emits a red light and red laser that combine in unison to go through the skin layers into the adipose or fat tissue and cause the cells to go ahead and metabolize themselves. The Invisired technology is the only machine that's FDA approved for fat loss, stimulates collagen and elastin, improves the function of the lymphatic system, boosts metabolism, and increases metabolic response. Typical response after the very first treatment is 1/2 to 2 inches of loss in body measurement. So if you think that this technology could help you accomplish any weight loss or aesthetic goals, we'd be glad to have you come in for a consultation, get a first treatment, and experience the amazing benefits that Invisired offers.
Got vinyl? Rich's Record Emporium in Uptown Collinsville can take care of all of your vinyl needs and more. You can peruse through thousands of records, from country to hard-to-find jazz, and classic rock is always in stock at Rich's Record Emporium. Used vinyl, new vinyl, and hard-to-find vinyl. Don't forget to check out the audio room at Rich's, where you can check out the latest in audio gear, from new top-of-the-line speakers to turntables and receivers, plus all of the accessories. Rich's has t-shirts, record cleaners, turntable needles, wall art, and so much more. If you can't find what you're looking for at Rich's, they will do their best to find it for you. Don't forget to mention seeing this ad on the Kahok Sports Network for a 10% discount at checkout. Rich's Record Emporium, 131 West Main Street in Collinsville, or call 618-795-1333 or online at richesrecordemporium.com.
Herald Square and Cold Herald, two great additions to the Collinsville landscape. Next to the Old Herald Brewery and Distillery, Herald Square is a new outdoor multi-use event space in Collinsville. Concerts, fun and games, farmer markets, and so much more. Herald Square, a great space for Collinsville's future. And, just off the square's turf, Cold Herald, old gelato, house-made recipes, and premium sourced product. If you're over 21, ask about the good stuff at Cold Herald. Watch Collinsville grow. Herald Square and Cold Herald, two great new additions, only in Collinsville, Illinois.
The Collinsville Area Community Foundation is our community's charitable foundation. We connect people, support programs, and guide resources to help our community thrive. Our board is made up of local leaders that donate their time and expertise to identify opportunities for long-term community impact in Collinsville. Find out more about scholarships, grants, and ways to give back to the city we love by visiting CollinsvilleFoundation.com.
VFW Post 1117 in Caseyville is one of the area's longest-running VFW posts. VFW Post 1117 in Caseyville is your place to meet and join other area veterans. Plus, VFW Post 1117 in Caseyville offers all kinds of activities to help our veterans, as well as engaging the public with fun, food, fellowship, and a great time for great causes. Blood drives, fundraisers, raffles, and a Queen of Hearts drawing every Wednesday night. Plus, VFW Post 1117 in Caseyville has event space for your parties, celebrations, and other get-togethers. For more information, check out the VFW Post 1117's Facebook page or call the Caseyville VFW at 618-344-9878. Looking for a new place to catch the game with cold drinks and great food? Look no further than 1101 Bar and Grill in Caseyville. 1101 Bar and Grill features pizza, burgers, wraps, and salads, plus 7 large screen TVs to catch the latest Kahok games and all the pro sports across the spectrum, plus all the college football and basketball you can handle. 1101 Bar and Grill in Caseyville, 1101 Caseyville Road, right across the street from Kahok Stadium. Call 1101 Bar and Grill for carryout orders at 618-223-1332.
I'd like to introduce you to some incredible new technology we have available here at Chiropractic Works. The machine is known as an Invitational lipolaser machine. The Invitational machine emits a red light and red laser that combine in unison to go through the skin layers into the adipose or fat tissue and cause the cells to go ahead and metabolize themselves. The Invitational technology is the only machine that's FDA approved for fat loss, stimulates collagen and elastin, improves the function of the lymphatic system, boosts metabolism, and increases metabolic response. Typical response after the very first treatment is 1/2 to 2 inches of loss in body measurement. So if you think that this technology could help you accomplish any weight loss or aesthetic goals, we would be glad to have you come in for a consultation, get a first treatment, and experience the amazing benefits that Invitared offers.
Once again, we welcome you back here to Kahok Stadium. We put the wraps on the 26th annual Kahok Track and Field Invite, and the winner for the 4th year in a row, the Edwardsville Tigers racked up 103 points. Cahokia in second place with 65. Belleville West rounds out your top 3 with 57 points. Collinsville finishes in 14th place with 17 points, and I think all those came from the field events, and Devin Habermill and Zach Roseman, another successful track and field meet in the books for us.
Yeah, it's all in all a good showing. We got to see, well, not see, but we got to see one of the more impressive performances we've had here at the Kahok Invite. It's, yeah, congratulations to Michael Pomasi on the meet record. Congratulations to Edwardsville on yet another team title here at Collinsville, and yeah, it's all, like I said, it's always fun getting to do this, and all goes well, we'll be able to do it again next year for y'all.
That's right. We got blessed with some great weather this week. That's for sure. All right, thanks, Zach. We appreciate your help, and that's going to do it for us here this afternoon. And next up is Monday baseball action for you from Fletcher Field as Collinsville takes on Nashville. We'll be on the air and around the 4 o'clock area with the pregame coverage. And until then, my name is Todd Duke. Everyone, have yourselves a fantastic rest of your weekend.